out there, isn't it? Isn't it, Jace?
Well, driving home last night, I don't know if you got it, but we had there were a lot of refreeze on my drive home, and it was worse in my neighborhood. And then this morning, the gods, the All-Fathers shined down upon us, and stuff started to melt.
We were without power all day.
Were you?
Yeah. Do you feel bad for me?
A little bit.
You should. It's horrible.
I mean, I'm glad it was you, not me.
We had to go to Starbucks.
I'm not going to trade you places.
Can you believe that?
Like a poor person.
Yes, I had to get out and get in my car and drive to Starbucks.
Isn't Starbucks more like a rich person? Isn't that expensive? Starbucks coffee?
Expensive? I don't know.
I don't buy coffee, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
I just see people like that.
Look, I needed my coffee.
It's like a $9 a day habit. Adds up.
I needed my coffee, man.
Yeah. I stick on a strict drug regimen myself, so I'm good.
The power went out at 11 o'clock last night and came back on about 1 today.
Yikes.
So things are looking up.
Yeah. Well, and I think we're through the worst of it, right?
It seems it.
Yeah, right?
Well, and the sun, did you see that thing in the sky?
Yeah, there's this big bright ball, and things are going great, and stuff's melting. The roads look clear. I mean, outside of neighborhoods and driveways, I think we're good to go, and we're not supposed to drop below freezing again. So only took us a week, but we've emerged.
Yeah.
We've emerged from darkness.
Thank you, America. Thank you. And we have been braving the elements to come in here and do shows for you.
Minus Tuesday, where we didn't brave the elements. We were told to stay up. Although we tried.
We couldn't get
And we were told, no.
Wait, what was Tuesday?
No.
Was it too icy?
Yeah. Well, that was when
that was the afternoon. That was the initial ice.
That was the initial.
Yeah, that was good. We didn't
because they said as the night wore on that the Iceman was a cometh, and
you guys don't want us to die.
I don't think so. Well, I mean, maybe someone does. They always say, like, if you're going to be in radio, right, you either want people to love you or hate you. I just hope that the hate doesn't lead to, like, wanting me to die.
Well,
seems a bit much.
The boss made the right call. He's like, guys, don't come in.
Yes.
I know you want to. And my wife had to hold me back. I was trying to get out the door. And
it was one of those, hold me back, hold me back.
Like, no, you cannot go.
I think Dirt and Sprague missed another show or two because, they got that
this morning.
Yeah. And they missed another one too. I think they've missed a couple more because, in the morning, it's by far the worst. And they got to be in here at whatever, 0600.
Well,
I guess by more like 5:30.
Look, there's a lot going on this week, but we're here. Yeah, I think you're right. The worst of it is over.
Yes.
The AM signal, if you're wondering.
It probably doesn't work.
It definitely doesn't work. It is out.
There was talk that maybe by the time we got on the air, it would be fixed.
It's not.
The FM one, which also went down today.
I listened on that.
That one's back. 99.5 HD2.
Yeah.
The power to our transmitter and some of the FM transmitters, much like you, the power was gone.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do about that.
An Odyssey station.
Yeah, so they're working on that.
Yeah.
It would help if we had an engineer, but,
Well, I think he's in California right now. But
of course he is. Why wouldn't he be?
He pulled a Ted Cruz. He's like, what, the freeze is coming? I'm getting out of here. But you can find us on the app. You can find us on 1080thefan.com.
That's right.
The HD signal's working now. There's lots of YouTube.
Maybe this.
And the CW didn't fire us.
We're on TV today.
Hi.
What's up?
Wait, this camera. Oh, yeah. Hey.
What's up,
I did like one of those hot ones. This camera, that camera. Hey.
My name's Isaac.
Yeah.
I'm pretty hot, right?
I would think so. Your hair is a little disheveled, though.
Well, I have my stocking cap on.
Yeah.
I was out in the... I tell you, it was a whole scene today. You could have filmed me putting my garbage cans out.
Oh, our service got canceled.
Well, ours did too, but they said put them out because the second we get the opportunity, we're going to come by and get them, which I believe would probably be tomorrow morning, maybe.
They gave us the next week, put out double.
So I went and grabbed them, and boy, that was a whole scene. You could have put the Benny Hill music to that.
It's still that for the last 2 days, the worst part has simply been the driveway. Navigating the driveway is just not a...
That's really it.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
Yeah. It's a good time, though. I got them out. Very excited. I don't know what for, but I'm excited. I'm just happy that
there's some sort of normalcy.
Well, the power's on. That's a good start.
Yeah.
And the ice is slowly melting.
At my house, every time, and I don't know if this is just like paranoia setting in, because my gal is convinced that at any moment disaster is going to strike our house because we know so many people that have power out or pipes burst or whatever.
Yeah.
That every now, like when someone flushes or turns on the shower, there's a weird sound that's happening. Like it's.
Have you noticed a lot of weird sounds in weather like this?
Yeah, weird stuff is.
Last night was loud.
Yes. Oh, the wind was going at my
the wind
place.
And then things dropping and hitting things and ice flying and.
So every time that there's like you can hear the water like running through the house, and she is just waiting for like the comical like burst, like an Indiana Jones sort of thing where like the wall explodes like a 737 and like the water wave hits us. And she just can't relax until we're out of this. She is convinced that something, like, because nothing happened to us. Like no, nothing hit our house, no pipes burst, no nothing. And so she's convinced that something bad. I don't know if she was raised Catholic and there's some sort of like things can't just be nice. Something bad's about to happen, but she is convinced. And now she's got me. I'm like, it'll be fine. But now every time I hear that sound, I'm like, oh God, what if this is the one? And I told her that the roof's leaking here. The great Joe Fisher's desk has been flooded out. Yeah. And now she's walking around convinced that the flood's going to happen. She's
I thought Joe got fired. I walked in and I was like, oh my God, Joe Fisher's computer's gone. Well, what did he say last night on the baseball show? Turns out it was just a leak.
Yeah, it's the leak.
Here in our building.
There's like 3 or 4 of them because there's multiple.
An Odyssey station.
There's multiple trash cans set up.
I legit thought that for a second too, and I'm like, am I going to get a call? Because it was Joe and I on the baseball show together. Did we say something together that wasn't kosher? Because I just haven't heard. Yeah,
I'll tell you right now,
it was just a leak.
If you fire me, those sons of bitches better fire me in the morning. You fire me before I get to work. There's nothing worse than if you drive in, then you get canned.
Well, I think they got to wait till you get here.
They can't call me?
I don't think that's kosher, is it?
When I was with the Broncos and I was coming off the practice field and then my stuff was in a trash bag, you couldn't cut me before practice? Like you made me practice on a Thursday and they're like, hey, by the way, here's all your stuff in a trash bag. Awesome. Cool. Just wasted 2 hours of my time.
Could we preemptively tell management when they fire us, please just call us. We don't need to, you don't need the whole rigmarole of a witness and
I have
and all
nothing
this.
Here that I need. Just
call us. Or text. That's
text. Fine. Hey, your services are no longer required.
You're fired.
And my response will just be the K. It's just,
all right.
Maybe a thumbs up. All right. Appreciate it.
Moving on. Onward and upward.
And scene.
Well, guys, we got a big Friday radio broadcast. Big.
Well, and TV and YouTube and streaming. It's a broadcast, many mediums.
We've got Hugh Offill. He's back in town. A Sportsbook, 3:30, breaking down the bets on the divisional games. Then we've got Robbin' the Bank, our picks against the spread at 5:15. And we have Joey Harrington live at 5:30 to talk about sports.
Suddenly a lot to get to.
So I've read another follow-up to how the electrocution of Northeast Portland went down. And
it's really become the Titanic sub of this ice storm.
Dude.
And now the lady...
Did you read the latest?
Oh, yeah. And now a young lady, 18.
She's a teenager.
She's a teenager.
And a hero.
She saw the whole thing. She's the one that rescued the baby. It's such a horrible story, but it really has become no one sinks their teeth into tragedy quite like this program. We get obsessed with something, and this is the story of record.
We just want to know how it went down.
I know.
Lots of questions.
Well, I was talking to my doctor today about it. I was visiting with him. Guess what we talked about for 15 minutes?
That story.
Yeah,
and how it happened.
Yes.
And where were they? Were they in the car? Were they outside? Now we have some answers. So we'll have that today, too. So we're going to party.
And try to be on time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yesterday got a little... Yeah. It got a little sideways.
Yeah, no one cares.
I think TV cares.
TV. Yeah.
Big time, baby.
Well, it's good to be back on the air. You want the poll question?
I'm dying for the poll.
That's something stuck in my teeth. Don't eat popcorn. I stole some Roca popcorn.
Oh, that's popcorn?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about this. The worst possible thing to eat on the air is popcorn. You can't
It's so good, though.
It's going to get stuck in your throat. It's stuck in the teeth. You can't do it.
Well, I just did.
It's so tempting. And now look at you. You're
I know. It's in my teeth. It's in my fake teeth.
There's an immediate... Yeah, oh, yeah, you got the...
I got one.
Yeah, you got the bridge or whatever. One. Oh, you just have the one? I thought you had like the full bridge.
No, I have a fake one here, and then I got a... I know this is awesome radio. I got a fake one here, and I got a crown over there.
Okay.
How about that?
Go all titanium like Kanye.
There will be a quiz later. I'm thinking about getting big white veneers like Matt Stafford.
That's terrifying. Those things are expensive too. It's like $2,000 a tooth.
Let's do it.
And have you seen what they do before? Because they have to shave your teeth down.
They file you down.
So if you lose it looks like you have little Boston baked beans, and then they just slap that son of a gun.
Tiny nubs.
Dude, it's terrifying. I had someone I knew that did that, and like I saw the before photo, and it's nightmare fuel. You're like, oh my God. I mean, that's one of those that you got to really commit to the big fake veneers, because there ain't no going back. Like if you get up tops or something, you can always take those out, or like it's like the people that do the what are they called? The spacers in the ears. You don't know what they call them, the gauges.
Yeah, gauges. That's it.
Boy, that is something, because you see the youngs get them, and I'm like, you're 19 and you're committing to having onion ring earlobes for the rest of your life. I'm not certain at 18 that I'm prepared.
Never close up.
No. Well, they stretch those things out.
Absolutely not.
No, I mean, it's literally, you can pass like a silver dollar through those things.
I don't know if is that trend still going on amongst 19, 20-year-olds? Because I see like people my age in their mid-30s now that are just like, this was a mistake. And yeah, they've got the onion ring ears, and it's hilarious.
Do they have anything in them?
No.
Well,
no,
I mean,
just hanging loose.
Sometimes they do, obviously, but when they don't, they're hanging down. It looks like they're wearing a flesh earring, and it is. Whenever I see a kid wearing that, I just want to be like, man, come talk to me in about 2 years. No. It's not going to be good. You can't
sound like an old dad.
Oh, no. I know. Oh, no. I know.
But I'm with you.
Well, look, and I'm covered in tattoos, so who am I to talk? But my tattoos are easily covered up by sleeves. When you got the earrings out there, it's like getting a face tattoo. That's a chicken egg breakfast sort of thing. The chicken is involved, the pig is committed. Those are two entirely different things. You go stand before a judge someday, it's no good. And if you have those, I'm assuming that somewhere on you is a tattoo that says only God can judge you. And I'm certain that if you do have that tattoo, at some point in the terrestrial world, someone will judge you. Like every one of those tattoos at some point stands before a court of law. It's just, it happens.
Hey, much love to all the PGE bros and broettes out there.
Yes.
This is their Super Bowl, I would imagine.
Yeah.
These last couple days. Thank you.
Well,
you guys were great.
I bet they're working round the clock.
I see them out there.
Yeah.
So good stuff out of you. We appreciate you.
Yes.
All right, let's get our poll question in. We're going to have to do it next if you want to stay on time. So let's do that. It pertains to, of course, divisional round weekend of the NFL. Playoffs. That's next on The Fan.
Play golf where it's always warm.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
Heart necklaces.
right, Hugh Offill from A&A will join us coming up in our next segment to break down these 4 NFL playoff games this weekend against the spread. Right now, our poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. It is brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday, we asked you which team remaining has the most pressure this postseason. You said Ravens. The listeners thought Niners, 42%.
Yeah, I can see that.
Followed by Bills, 40%. Ravens only 13%, and Lions just 5%. House money Lions.
Yeah, I think anytime you're the number 1 seed, you're playing at home, and you've been as dominant as those two teams have been, and you're favored by almost double digits, yeah, there's pressure. Otherwise, you look like a bunch of ass clowns, a la the Dallas Cowboys. Like, had the Cowboys been the 7 seed and they get run out of the building by the Packers in Lambeau, people make fun of them, but when you're that big of a favorite, I think the Cowboys were 7.5, 8-point favorites, something like that. And you get drubbed at home. So yeah, I think most people expect Baltimore and San Francisco to not necessarily cruise, but Baltimore beat them pretty handedly, and San Francisco has thumped most people outside of Baltimore. I think of their 12 wins, 11 of them have been by double digits. So they're not playing a bunch of close games that they win. And I know everyone's excited about Green Bay now because they beat Dallas, but there's an overreaction there. Let's not act like the Packers have been doing that for the last 8 weeks to people. I mean, San Francisco is just significantly better across the board than the Green Bay Packers.
Today's poll question: who is the 4th best quarterback in these playoffs if Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson are the top 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's...
Yeah, duh.
Yeah. But I had to put that in there because, it's not always duh.
Yeah.
You've learned that over the years.
Sure.
Some people, it's not always the duh.
Yeah, there's that one guy that's
like, what? Josh Allen isn't even in the top 50. Or whatever,
Yeah.
Or the racist guy that hates Lamar.
All he does is run. Yeah, so does Josh Allen, but, I get that all the time because my comp with Josh Allen is he's very much like Cam Newton. He throws a little bit of a better ball, but you can't do it because you can't compare white guys to black guys.
Goff. You know him, Jared Goff.
I'm familiar. I can't say his name, but I'm familiar with his work.
Golf.
Sculf.
I think there are some people that are going to look at this and scoff. But
Stroud, Love, or Purdy? Vote hard.
The answer is Brock Purdy. If you're asking me which one I'm taking going forward, it's CJ Stroud. But if you're asking me right now,
it could be Stroud.
That's what I said. Going forward, if you're asking me who you take CJ Stroud. But if I had to play this weekend and I got one guy, I'm taking Brock Purdy. We love to crap all over Brock, and again, the check down Charlie stuff, it's like the Bo Nix. If you look at downfield passing, I think it's like they consider it's like 15 yards or further. Do you know Patrick Mahomes is almost dead last? And you know who's number 1? Brock Purdy. And I understand that San Francisco has better receivers and they have a very good offense. But yeah, there still has to be someone that throws the ball downfield. And yes, I hate to be the one to burst all the Brock Purdy haters' bubbles, but he throws a really good deep ball. It's like, but we refuse to accept these things. Brock has been really, really good all year. And minus the Baltimore game, he was the MVP favorite. Think about that. If that game goes a different way or they just don't play it, Baltimore is not on their schedule, and San Francisco replace Baltimore with, I don't know, Jacksonville. They roll Jacksonville because Jacksonville sucks. And they roll them. Brock Purdy's your MVP, but it didn't. They get the brakes beat off of them, and Lamar, rightfully so. Lamar's having a great year, and he's going to win the MVP. But if you go back to Lamar's first MVP, that was a much better year than this one. The year Lamar won MVP, my God, he is just killing people. Lamar this year is playing really well, and he's on the best team in football. I call this the Heisman Trophy MVP, where you're the best player on the best team, and you took the other MVP guy, well, actually the next 2 MVP guys, right? Because you got CMC and Brock, and you bitch slapped him at their place. So hard for anyone to give those guys an MVP when Lamar's over here being like, hello. So, give him the MVP, but the narrative around one game and how much it swings, Brock and that offense have been dynamite all year long. But I think if you looked at a lot of people right now, they're like, well, I'll take Jordan Love. I'll take Jordan Love right now. Well, Love's had a really nice 7-game stretch here where he's played great. But the idea that you think that Jordan Love right now is better than Brock Purdy, really? Like, it's fascinating the way it's just hard to break through that narrative when you were a nobody. And Tom Brady had this at the beginning. Russell Wilson had this at the beginning. If you aren't a high guy that's drafted and we consider you a franchise quarterback coming out, it is just, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but God, it's really hard to break through the narrative of you're not supposed to be here. And if you do have success, you're a product of everything around you as opposed to a product of your talent.
Well, I always love to see the emergence of new quarterbacks, you know?
Yeah, I think it's fun.
It's a blast because there's always there's never not stud young guys, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, a lot of them just kind of come out of nowhere, like Brock Purdy or even Stroud, even though he was the number two pick, you know?
Yeah.
That's a fun thing about the NFL, and it's cool to see C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love at this point. Both of them are running into some buzzsaws here, but if one of the two has a better opportunity, it's probably Stroud. He's just the better quarterback of those two guys.
Yeah. C.J. Stroud is doing stuff as a rookie that we just haven't seen.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah,
and then you have Jared Goff, who just kind of he's one of those guys that's kind of hard to. Yep. What do you do at Jared? Where is he in the hierarchy of quarterbacks?
He's a franchise guy. He led a team to a Super Bowl, didn't win, got discarded, loses his confidence, goes to Detroit, and all he's done is taken a team that hasn't won a playoff game in 31 years and led him to a division title, a playoff win, and yet we still, again, treat him like garbage. He's Dak Prescott. He's Kirk Cousins. Those are all really good quarterbacks.
Would you rather have Goff or Dak?
I'll go golf.
You mean Goff?
You mean golf?
I do. I'm sorry.
Golf.
Every time Joe Buck said golf, I went golf this weekend.
That's tough. I think I'd lean Dak just to
So I think I'd go Goff now.
But I understand.
Well, the whole Dak thing, I mean, maybe it wasn't all Tony Romo's fault.
I like Dak better than a lot of people.
You know, I like Dak too. I think he's good, but Goff that guy just keeps inching up the ladder.
He does. But this is the thing about whether you're talking about Goff, whether you're talking about Prescott, whether you're talking about Cousins, the vast majority of quarterbacks in this league, and this is why the narrative around them is so GD stupid, they're all a product of what's around them. And Brock Purdy is in this category, and Trevor Lawrence is in this category. And Trevor, had a giant step backwards this year, and he was the chosen one. There's just not many guys that can really succeed despite their circumstances. There's only a handful. And I think the rest of them fall into that category. And so when you're deciding between all these quarterbacks, I think largely it is based on what their circumstances are around. We've seen what Jared Goff can do with a dynamic offense. When that first Rams offense went around, when they had Todd Gurley and everything, people forget that team was crushing people, and then Gurley fell apart. His knees went, and then the offensive line went, and they got stymied in the Super Bowl, and they were never the same. And that team went backwards. And we saw what he looked like with no run game, no play action pass, and it was kind of garbage around him. And then he gets to Detroit, and we saw what happened when what? He gets a run game, he gets a play action game, he gets a number one receiver in St. Brown. Oh my God, he's good. And so it's really hard to then say, well, Dak or I think Jordan Love falls into this category right now. He's a product of kind of what's around him. They're doing a great job with him. I think all of these guys, to an extent, those guys that are like, let's say 6 through 15, they're almost interchangeable. That if you put something good around them, give them a run game, give them play action, give them good coaching, they are going to have success. And it's almost impossible to say that he is better than him, or this guy, because no two circumstances are the same. And then after that, then you get into the, even around good circumstances, you can still kick rocks. And then you got a handful that are terrible, and you have a handful that are elite. And I just think we try to say that 12 is different than 7. And my point is, I don't think that it really is. I think they're the same player.
I tend to agree, but I think there are guys that every once in a while, they kind of make you want to throw them into the upper echelon category.
Yeah.
And Goff is kind of, we'll see. I mean, if he wins the Super Bowl, I mean, he's 2 wins from completely changing the narrative around him.
Yes.
You know?
Matthew Stafford did that.
Well, exactly. But I wonder why. I just go back to the Rams giving up on him. I think it's very interesting that McVay gave up on him. Now, that may just be because they had an opportunity to go get Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
I think. But were they going to if they couldn't get Stafford, were they punting on Jared Goff no matter what?
I think at that point, it sounds like, kind of reading between the lines, that Goff went through a confidence crisis. And McVay lost faith in him as one of those things. And yes, I do think that McVay was, because they had given him money. They gave him a bunch of money and they had to eat a bunch of it. And I think that McVay had made up his mind that it was time to go find someone else. So yes, whether it had been Stafford or someone else, I think he was moving on from him. And
well, it worked.
Yeah, it did work. But I think it's worked out both sides because, here he is in Detroit, and
I'm rooting for Goff.
I hope so too. Yeah. I hope he succeeds. I think he's a very likable guy, and I think he kind of got a bum deal, and we love to pile on him. But I root for all these guys. I root for Cousins. I root for Dak. I root for Brock, because it's just, I think they get treated very, very unfairly with what we do to them.
What about Baker?
Yeah, same sort of stuff.
Little unfair. Look at him go.
Little unfair. Almost the exact same numbers as Tom Brady his last year, but we don't give him any sort of credit. And again, he's not great, and he never will be great, but he's not terrible. No. And he's not a placeholder. He's a good, solid quarterback.
Interestingly enough, he's the one that said that McVay. So you were talking about Goff losing his confidence and McVay losing confidence in Goff.
Yeah.
Baker credits Sean McVay in his short stint in LA
building it up,
with building his confidence back up.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Again, all right. It's just, you are, when you're one of those guys, you are a product of what is around you.
The poll question is up, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Who's the 4th best quarterback in these playoffs? Goff, Stroud, Purdy, or Love? Vote hard. Up next, let's check in on the sportsbook. Hugh Offill, segment we like to call Hugh Betcha. Next, here's Schultze.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Toro Mexican Kitchen. Transport yourself to Baja, Mexico with delicious regional dishes and cocktails. Book your table today at toropdx.com. First on The Fan, the Blazers back in action tonight, hosting the Pacers at Moda Center. And questionable again with an illness, DeAndre Ayton probable, though, to return from knee tendinitis. Indiana, a 5.5-point favorite. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Las Vegas Raiders working to finalize a deal to make Antonio Pierce their next full-time head coach. The former linebackers coach led the Raiders to a 5-4 record since they fired Josh McDaniels. Locally in college football, the Ducks set to host Washington quarterback Jabbar Muhammad this weekend before he announces his commitment. His top 3 choices in the transfer portal are Texas, Oregon, and Alabama. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino has all the postseason pro football action on the big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's Sports Leader. 1080 Fan.
All right, divisional round NFL playoffs. Let's bring in Hugh Offill, sportsbook manager, our friend, segment we like to call Hugh Betcha. Got a little delayed traveling back from Ohio, but he is back. What's up?
Everything's good, man. I got back. It got back safely. It was a bit of an adventure with all the weather out here and all the weather that I was hitting the Midwest. So, I got back good and no issues. I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, like half the country's under like an Arctic freeze
was
right
it
now.
bad? Yeah, was it bad out there? You were in Ohio?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, so a lot of the days the high was about 7 and the wind was, 30-mile-an-hour wind. And, it was just a little cool.
Well, welcome back. I wonder, sportsbook-wise, when you run a sportsbook, when you get down to these weekends, and certainly next weekend, where there are fewer games and most of the public hammers one side or the other, does the sportsbook need one side, more than ever on weekends like this?
It certainly can, because usually we're going to go against whatever the public is wanting, but usually there will be a decision. Wanting a decision, and there will be one between all 4 of the games. Just whatever the public is betting typically, unless there's just a rush to bet one side or the other. That even sharp money will come in on that side.
Yeah,
but we'll always end up having a decision. Yeah,
you look at these the 2 games here, Houston and Baltimore, and then Green Bay and San Francisco. I mean, I know 1 seeds are usually favorites, but a lot of Houston and Green Bay both look real good. 9.5. I love taking points, but are they that high? Are they just daring me to take Houston and Green Bay?
I think I think so. That a lot of times in the mind of I ran all the numbers up and they're really close to what we have up there now, but. In the mind of the Texans, they played inside on a home field. Now, again, Stroud has been unbelievable. If they can keep that, being able to score points, they score less points on the road than they have at home. And the Packers, the Packers just bum rushed Dallas and ran them right out of Texas itself. I mean, they played so darn well. So, and from a bookmaking standpoint, you kind of have to put into, was that just a mirage? I mean, for as well as San Francisco has played, they've gotten a week off. Everybody can get healthier. The numbers are about where they should be, but you are right. It is very tempting not to take both underdogs here.
Is the public pounding the 2 teams off of the buys, the Baltimore and San Francisco?
So far, yes. I mean, we went down some Baltimore went down to, I believe, about 8, and then San Francisco's pretty much stayed exactly where they are. They went down to 9 for just a little bit, and then back up to 9.5. So you had a little bit of money on the Texans, but the rest of the money is coming in on both Baltimore and San Francisco.
What's the most public bet so far of these 4?
San Francisco.
Yeah, everybody's on the Niners. Yeah. Damn it, that makes me. Yeah. I'm on the Niners too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Green Bay. Green Bay has been good the last couple weeks. They do have some quality wins, but they've also beat up on some bad teams. And San Francisco, I go back to this: 12 wins for San Francisco, 11 of them by double digits. I mean,
right. Absolutely.
San Francisco has not
it's
played.
It's not a bad side to take, no. even if Green Bay covers.
Yeah.
Taking the Niners. Just 2 scores at home in the playoffs off a bye. Yeah. Shanahan's like 4-0, I guess, straight up and against the spread at home. It's not a bad. Yeah. They're never a bad bet, but I think go ahead.
The only thing that I would even think about is what do they call the weather people calling it? It's like the river that's going to run through. If there's any weather or rain or stuff like that, it can even the playing field a lot, but I couldn't off a bye. I couldn't not. I mean, San Francisco's just it again. Win by 10 points. I would think that they would.
Yeah, there's me too. I feel like that's the side. But that's not to say that they cover. I wonder this season in particular, it kind of seems like the public has had a pretty good year. Is that true of the NFL season? It just always seems like when there's a big public play, I mean, I'm always one that's contrarian going against that, and I know sportsbooks need that too. Has it been a year where the public's been right quite a bit?
In some weeks, in some weeks they have been right. It is varied week to week, but there probably has been more weeks this year to where you'll just go, wow, they were on it this week. So yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good, public season this year.
Okay, so let's just go through these one by one. So Texans, Ravens, you said the number sounds about right. They're in Baltimore, obviously. Baltimore favored by 9.5. Who would you take?
I would probably give it a chance and take the Texans just because Ryans has that defense playing really, really well, and they just shredded Cleveland, who is supposed to have the best defense in the league. So it's Baltimore's was supposed to be a step below, but Stroud, man, he has been throwing dimes and being right there consistently over and over. I think might be enticed to take the 9.5.
A little backdoor cover there, perhaps.
Yeah, they're saying 28 degrees, but no precipitation or anything in Baltimore. So I think we all agree on the Niners-Packers. What about Bucs-Lions Sunday at noon?
6 right now.
Of course, the weather will be a major factor here.
Well, getting to the game, yeah.
The spread 6, Detroit favored. What do you think?
Well, actually, we bumped up to 6.5. Baker's detractors have been plenty, but the Eagles were going down and they hadn't, they just hadn't done anything, not taking it because he made this game's going to come down to if the Bucs offensive line can protect him, he'll throw the ball well and he'll make some completions. But I just don't see. I think the Lions will win. The 6.5 is kind of tough. I would probably. I'm 50-50. I keep waffling back and forth to whether I would take the 6.5 or even buy it to 7 or something like this and say beat me by a touchdown. But Detroit at home, man, those people are just absolutely so geeked over everything that's going on, and be tough not to play the Lions.
Well, you could tease them. If you do a teaser, you can get them down to -1 or 1.5. Who would you put them with if you were going to tease Detroit?
Probably San Francisco.
Yeah, take them down to whatever 3.5.
Because I feel pretty confident that they're going to win both of those sides. It's just can you cover the spread?
Well, you could do a 7-point teaser. That's what you could do, and you could take San Francisco down to 2.5. So then you have to win by a field goal. And then Detroit. To win, and then
good action to me.
Yeah. He was like, get up here,
let's
play
go.
it.
Yeah,
I'll take your bet.
Make the play. That's right.
Chiefs, Bills, love it.
Mahomes getting points.
Yeah, and again, this is another one where we were talking about Niners, Packers. The Niners are just a good side. That's just a good bet. So is Kansas City.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just, especially getting points.
Have you seen the Bills injury report too?
Yeah,
it's a mash unit over there.
But they're in Buffalo. Yeah. But Kansas City can be trusted, man. They're just
cold weather. I mean, it's supposed to be bad conditions, but we just saw the fourth coldest game in NFL history, where Tua couldn't throw the ball from me to you, and Mahomes is out there slinging it.
So this is one where, and we've talked about this all season, we talked about the Chiefs being just a good bet, period, especially when the lines are so low or they're getting points. Almost a blind bet. In this spot, though, I don't know. I mean, this could be Buffalo's moment. What do you think?
Not being a homer here. I'm not. I have always, and I don't usually bet the Chiefs at all. But if you give me Mahomes plus points, they have proven they can play in the cold. And defensively, to me, they are playing better than they have in quite a while. That defense can, even when Pittsburgh came back on Buffalo, and naturally Buffalo stretched it out and won the game fairly easy. But I'm just. The weapons, again, as long as they don't drop the ball like they went through the year, but that was the best game that they had played, and it was freezing cold. That's the best the Chiefs have played, and defense is really pressuring. It would be really hard for me not to take plus the 3.
Yeah, that's it.
And Allen's going to give you a turnover or two.
Probably 4.
I don't know if he's played a clean game. I got to look it up. I don't know if he's played a clean game all year.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, you're right. I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure, but you're right.
What's your best bet?
Okay. Really, best bet for Saturday would probably be San Francisco.
Okay.
And Sunday, again, I don't bet them, but I would take the Chiefs +3. You give me Mahomes +3,
right.
even though it's on the road. I think that I'd have to take that.
I like that. I mean, there's two more. They're the most trustworthy teams left.
Yeah.
Those two teams right there.
Yep, that's right. I think Buffalo, it's how much is Josh Allen going to run? How much is he going to drop back and take off, which they've done a little bit more since, in the playoff games. So they've let him go a little bit. But, yeah, I like the two that I say. And the teaser we talked about, I think that's pretty good.
Okay. Thanks, you. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Have a good night.
Appreciate you. Hugh Offville. He runs the sports book up at A&A.
The game against Dallas. Allen's had one clean game when they blew out Dallas.
Where he didn't turn it over?
Yep, 31-10. It's the only game where he's played clean.
Yeah.
Oh.
Boy, that game is so... Let's come back and talk about that game. What an awesome matchup.
Yeah. I can't wait.
So good. That rivalry, it's becoming a rivalry, and it's just fantastic. I can't get enough.
And finally, we get it away from Arrowhead.
Yeah.
And there's some Andy Reid talk, and is this his last? If they lose, and
what?
Oh yeah,
is he gonna leave too?
There's some talk that Andy is kind of pulling a Saban, and that he hasn't said that he's retiring.
Mahomes in his prime,
but that this may be this may be it for Andy Reid, and they've got a bunch of free agent decisions to make at the end of this season. Kelsey certainly doesn't look like he's the same player. And it's the first time on the road for them in the playoffs. And look, they're not going anywhere as long as they have 15 back there. But there's
all right. Let's talk about
there's some stuff at stake here.
All right, 347 on the Fan.
Duck fans, that was
feeling that lick, are you?
That was me right there. Did you hear that?
As you're eating more kettle corn that you said you weren't going to eat?
Yeah, it's good. We have Chiefs Bills on Sunday night, which we want directly shot into our veins.
It's the game of the week for me, and it's not even close. If I had to watch one game,
it's the game of the week for everyone.
Yeah, hands down.
I mean, come on, man.
Well, I don't know. Maybe some people are like Green Bay, San Francisco. I see that's got a little juice behind it.
Well, they're very popular brands, those two. But
yes, and that's kind of why I was saying San Francisco and Green Bay have giant national followings. But
come on, Chiefs Bills.
Mahomes and Allen, arguably, well, it's not one. It's the best quarterback, best player in the league, and then Allen. For a while there, I think people thought 2, but now, you're putting him at 3 or 4, but it's by far the biggest individual matchup. It's like this is Marino, Montana type of stuff. We love it when you get these big, Manning, Brady. When you get, no offense to Brock Purdy and Jordan Love, but that doesn't carry the gravity of Allen and Mahomes. And finally you get it in Buffalo. Let's go.
The thing about the Chiefs to me, they are not the same Chiefs.
No.
They looked awful good last week, but again, the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I watched
if you can melt the -30, they did.
I watched the last episode of Hard Knocks in season last night where they covered that game.
Did they?
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I wanted
to see that.
I wanted to see if there were signs that Miami just wanted no part of the cold, and there kind of were.
Yeah.
McDaniel was really good about it. Like, hey, this is, he's embraced it. He said he was talking about playing when he was with the Niners under Shanahan, playing in Green Bay and winning in there a couple years ago, and it was butt cold. And so I don't know. There were a few signs. Anyway, that point being, Kansas City looked really good last week, but I'm trying not to let that fool me into thinking that they're better. They're back to being what they were prior to the season. Their offense is not that great. It just isn't.
No, and
Kelsey is not playing well. This is the thing that nobody, and I've heard people talk about it, but it's always I've been paying close attention to how people are talking about Travis Kelsey. Travis Kelsey is what they have on offense besides Patrick Mahomes, right?
Yeah.
They need Travis Kelsey. Travis Kelsey continually is letting them down, and it's funny when I hear people talk about Travis Kelsey, they're all expecting that to not continue. And I don't know why it wouldn't. He is not playing well right now. He is dropping the ball. And forget the Taylor Swift thing. He's just not. It's not been a great season for him.
And he has admitted it.
Yeah, he knows it.
And can we also...
and that's a big problem.
Well, and because there's not a reliable option.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. He's the guy that stirs that pot. And they've...
But I just think Mahomes is so good. That dude is so reliable.
Yes.
That even in, whatever it was, -4 degree temps, he plays great, and they have a cakewalk into the next round. Like that to me, it's just a lot of Mahomes. But even obviously
even that was field goals, and it was, if Miami had any sort of offensive balls, that could have been.
Well, they're not as explosive as they want. And Mahomes would tell you that.
Well, Mahomes, by any metric you want to look at, this is Patrick Mahomes' worst season. And it's not even close. And some of that is drops, like I said, outside of, they're going to, is it Rashee Rice? They're trying to find him and Justin Watson, and we've seen the drops. And you mentioned the thing about Travis Kelsey. Why do we have such a hard time with father time? Like, he's 34 going on 35 years old. He's not going to get better. This is what happens. Like, this isn't a Barry Bonds sort of thing where we push the sun back up into the sky thanks to Balco. And I was talking to someone just the other day about this. That's not a big football person, and they were asking me how long people play. And I was like, well, quarterbacks, the way it is, and I think this has skewed it a little bit, is we've seen quarterbacks be able to play a little bit longer because you don't get hit. That's not the case with tight ends. By the time you hit 34, look, the best days are behind him. He's not magically going to get better. And so unless another option pops up for them, this isn't going to be the same Kansas City team. And believe it or not, the best part of Kansas City for the last 2 years has been their defense. They won a Super Bowl largely because of their defense. Their defense is good. And then in the Super Bowl, Mahomes just took over. But their defense, especially this year, they need to run the ball and they need to play defense.
Yeah.
And so when you
also have Mahomes, and
he's the ultimate trump card. He's the ultimate X factor.
I mean, when we talk about Mahomes and Allen and Lamar Jackson, one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
And it's Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
He is. I just feel like he's the most trustworthy. He has had to deal with losing a lot of key pieces, and he continues to win football games for them. Again, it's not like you said. He did not have his best season, but a lot of that has to do with what's around him.
Yep.
Just look at last week. That is a guy that is going to bring it, and he's just. I don't know. There's something about him that I just can't bet against him. But something tells me Buffalo gets this one. I just think that, and I don't know about a bet one way or the other, because Hugh's probably right. Kansas City catching points is probably the play, whether you think Buffalo wins or not. Yeah,
if you give me
good value,
if you give me Mahomes points in the playoffs,
exactly. But he is on the road, and hasn't been in the playoffs yet on the road. But I just feel like Buffalo with Josh Allen's legs. There's something about this game. I think Buffalo might get them.
The thing that's
because I just don't think Kansas City is as great as they once were.
No, I think this is by far the worst version of Kansas City. It's the first time that they've gone on the road. The thing that scares me about Buffalo is just health. All year long, they are playing with backups, and Gabe Davis is out, multiple linebackers. They have players out at every single level on the defense, on top of arguably their best player at all three levels being out for the year. And at some point, and then like Diggs he's gonna play, but Diggs has a bum foot, and I get everyone's beat up at this point, but the Bills especially, when you look through their injury report,
it's tough.
They're just this is not the Buffalo Bills that we saw at the beginning of the year, or what we thought we were going to see. And so that scares me a little bit with Buffalo. I would be with you if it wasn't for that. And I don't know. If you're going to get Kansas City, get them this year. This is the time that they're vulnerable.
What if Andy Reid leaves?
Well, and this is where I was going with the Kansas City thing. I think, at the end of this year, obviously Kelsey said that he's going to be back, but he's not the same player, right? They don't have a number one receiver, far from it. Pacheco's a good back, but he's not great. They're still doing the two-headed punch thing. They're going with Edwards-Helaire sometimes, but Pacheco's a nice back. But their left tackle is a free agent. Snead is a free agent. Chris Jones wanted to get paid, didn't get paid. He's probably going to leave. I mean, they have... And if Andy Reid does decide to step down, and there's some whispers that he may do that at the end of this year, that he's just ready to be done and ready to not deal with this anymore. His legacy is secure with however many NFC championships he's been to, 2 Super Bowls. Andy Reid has cemented himself as one of the best of all time. And Patrick Mahomes, by the way, his cap number jumps up $20 million next year. So like Kansas City isn't just going to be able to go out and just replenish the entire roster. It's going to get harder from here on out. And we say this all the time in the NFL. It's hard to keep dynasties together. The NFL is not set up to do dynasties. And Kansas City, how many years has Mahomes been in the league? 6? Right?
Is it?
Let me look up. Let's see.
Say more than that.
Let's see where Mahomes has been.
You might be right.
I want to be accurate about this. 1, 2, 3, maybe 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Although the first year he played 1 game. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6 years. 6 years of starting, right? 2 MVPs, 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl wins. Should have been another Super Bowl appearance if was it Frank Clark that doesn't jump off sides. I mean,
yeah.
He's
just different.
It's arguably the best start to an NFL career ever.
Yep.
But that being said, it will get harder from here on out for Kansas City. It's absolutely going to get harder from here on out. I'm not saying this is their last stand, because when you got the best player in football, you're always going to have a chance in this league. But I am wondering if this is at least this version of Kansas City, I think, which we've already seen transition to more of a run game defensive team. They don't throw the ball downfield anymore. They don't have anyone that really scares you downfield. It is morphed into something different. Is this kind of the last stand of these Kansas City Chiefs? And does it end with like an arch nemesis that you had one of the great comebacks in playoff history against, and Josh Allen and in Buffalo and the bad
they're
weather.
Playing awful well.
This is amazing.
Buffalo.
This is everything we could want out of an NFL playoff game. Like you said, right into my veins.
Don't forget the NFL, this is a text, Vancouver Ford text line. Don't forget the NFL is rigging this to get Taylor Swift to the Super Bowl. So there's that angle too. Take Kansas City.
I want nothing more. And it would never happen. But if I always say my monkey paw, my wishes. If I had a monkey paw of NFL wishes, one of them would be. Because think about up at Orchard Park, the Buffalo tailgate scene. I've never been. And it is like legendary, right? I don't care what the weather. It could be negative 70 degrees. And those people are going to go effing crazy. And they got the riot punch out there. It's the full deal. Taylor Swift rocks up to the Buffalo Bills Orchard Park tailgate and just starts wandering. I would give anything to see her wandering those parking lots. Just what would Buffalo fan do when the most famous female on the planet just starts rolling through in her Travis Kelce puffy jacket and starts rolling through? Does she even make it into the game? Do they embrace her? Like, what happens? It would never, but I would give anything to see it.
I feel like they're great. I think they would.
I do. I think
they'd be like, "Hey, have a shot."
Yes,
and she'd be cool about it.
Yeah,
and
I think it would be amazing.
She'd probably be doing like jumping off a van onto a table or something.
Taylor Swift climbs an RV and Macho Man's it off into a table.
Isn't that what the Bills?
That's what the Bills Mafia does.
That's what they do.
Yeah, they break tables.
Yeah. Well, it should be good. We'll have more on the weekend ahead in the NFL with Joey Harrington. Do you remember him, Joey Harrington?
Yeah.
He's a former NFL player, that one.
Detroit Lions.
For the Lions, his Lions. Yeah. I wonder how he feels about that.
I don't know if he feels good for that
it's like
city.
Matt Stafford. Did you see what they said about Matt Stafford? Or did you see what Matt Stafford said?
Yeah.
When they asked him, "Hey, are you happy for Detroit?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Well, I'm happy for the players."
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, they booed him.
Yeah, they booed his family.
But they love him
Not
there.
Really his fault.
They embrace him there. It's just he's on.
Yeah, why are you booing him?
He's on the other side. Well, fans are stupid.
Yeah, boo Marty Morningwig and the other crappy coaches he was stuck with.
Yeah, he was the best thing that ever happened.
Seriously.
And he gave everything to that team. Absolutely everything. But it's just anytime you leave, the fans.
Boo.
Boo. You left us and you won.
Boo. All right. Well, more on that later. Joey joins us at 5:30. We'll have Rop in the Bank, our picks against the spread at 5:15. We will empty out the week tickle trunk coming up next on The Fan. Dropping Souk, partying here.
Shut up.
I will not shut up. As a matter of fact, we have a lot in the tickle trunk, Jace.
It would be awkward if you did shut up.
Yeah, I would.
Can you guys shut up?
And then it'd just be me asking you questions and then you just awkwardly staring at me.
Well, this is only our third show of the week. And so the tickle trunk is usually the stuff we don't get to.
Yeah.
And there's always a lot of it this time of year.
Now it's really piled up.
Yeah. So we've got a lot to empty out here. One thing that I wanted to bring up and ask your opinion on was something that I've noticed a lot as we watch the NFL playoffs, and some of it too in college. But I think college has a little different rule. Why do guys fair catch inside the 10?
It's stupid.
What is that about?
I don't know. It used to be that the old adage was you put your heels on the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
Plant your heels and
because you don't want to be stuck at the 1.
Yes. So it was one of those that if it goes over your head, then you run the risk of you take the chance more often than not that it goes into the end zone. A lot of times too that you'll just see that guy turn into a blocker. He'll call for the fair catch and then he goes and tries to get in someone's way. But I have recently saw this too, and I don't know. Obviously, I haven't been in a locker room in a long time, but I read and I listen to a ton of NFL stuff. I've yet to see someone explain this to me. It absolutely bewilders me, the number of people that aren't just fielding balls at the 5 and the 4, but are fielding them Willie Mays style, literally turning around and making difficult over-the-shoulder grabs at the 5-yard line. It makes no sense. And I get that punters have gotten better, but this idea that every punter that coffin corners the ball, or even in the midfield, the chance that you are going to spin the ball at the 3-yard line and not have it go in, especially if it's a long punt, I don't know.
It's that hero mentality, though, right?
I guess.
I mean,
the guy just trying to make a...
Maybe because they don't return many kicks anymore, because kickoffs almost all go into the end zone. And so maybe the returner just has look, this is my only chance, and I'm going to field this no matter what.
But it's usually a fair catch.
It just makes no sense to me. Unless this is what they've been instructed, and they're like, hey, punters are so good, the ball's going to be down anyways. But what I don't get, especially on the fair catch, is what's the difference between having the ball at the 5 or the 2? Take the chances of it going into the end zone. Just let it go. That's why the 10-yard line made sense. Plant your heels. If you can save us 8 yards, great. But if it goes over your head, hey man, let it go.
Well, you are no help there.
No, I am no, because
we're all thinking the same things.
Every time I see
it's happening a lot.
It baffles me.
It's I don't know why it's happening more, but it is.
It might be, if you ask me, my number one, I don't understand question in the NFL, that is high on my list. That and the prevalence of young quarterbacks and shotguns. That's the other one that I don't understand.
Shotgun on 3rd and short.
Shotgun
or
on
4th and short. That always drives me crazy.
Well, first down,
and then they get it, and then I get pissed.
Well, but even on the first down, when you look at at quarterbacks like Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud. And Orlovsky was talking about this, and he's been talking about it quite a bit for weeks and weeks. But when you look at young quarterbacks succeeding, we're falling into the trap of, because Mahomes and Allen and some of these guys, they play almost exclusively from the gun. And if you have Patrick Mahomes, put him in the gun all you want. But for normal human beings playing the position, it's really hard to play out of the gun when there's really no threat of play action pass. And so when you look, especially early downs, when you look at the teams and the young quarterbacks that are having success, see what happened to Philadelphia and that absolutely abysmal offense that they were running against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when they just kept putting Hurts back there in the gun with no real plan whatsoever. These young quarterbacks, they're putting them under center on these early downs, and it truly can be a 50-50 play action run look. And there's no better friend to a young quarterback than play action pass in a run game. Even if you don't have a great run game, the idea of play action pass, look at when Dallas and Green Bay played. And we see, Dallas was playing those 2 high safety looks, even when Green Bay was gashing them. Because of that, there was that fear of their play action game. And San Francisco does this, and Houston does it. And when Trevor Lawrence was having success, they were doing it. Like young quarterbacks, why do you want to make it harder on them? Yeah, if you evolve to the point where you don't need that in your tool belt and you really become elite, I'm with you. But the amount of young quarterbacks that are getting Mike Martzed, as I like to call it. Mike Martz might have been the smartest guy to ever coach in the NFL, but he was also the dumbest. You listen to anyone. Mike Martz, the greatest show on turf. I guess he had a playbook that was like the GD phone book. And the dude had like Sean McVay type recall and memory, and he would just throw everything at these guys. And the idea was, well, why can't you do it? This is the way we do it. And if you do it my way, it works. And someone would be like, hey, Mike, our left tackle can't block theirs. We need to keep a back end. F you, I'm not keeping a back end. We put all the guys out into receivers. Well, the quarterback isn't doing a good job. We need to change this. Nope, this is the way I do things. And we have this prevalence now with these young quarterbacks where it's like, well, this is my scheme. Nick Sirianni, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go empty. And we're not going to have any like checkdowns. We're not going to have any slants, anything to help out Jalen Hurts. No, Jalen Hurts, you're supposed to be an MVP. And if you're an MVP, you should be able to handle this. And you're handcuffing some of these quarterbacks. And I'm not saying that some of them aren't to blame. Like Jalen Hurts did not have a great year this year, but he was done exactly zero favors by Sirianni in that scheme. Whereas you look at some of the other guys, again, the ones that are thriving, some of these young guys that are succeeding. It's also why I think sometimes you see some of the backups that come in, like when Dobbs has a lot of success, because when you get these guys in, Browning, you don't give them the full platter. You say, all right, boys, we're putting you under center. We're going to run the ball. We're going to run a lot of play action, right? We're going to have a lot of quicks. We're going to keep it pretty simple.
Quarter of the playbook is open. Yeah.
Right? And we're going to try to help you out the best we can. And there's a lot of success early. And then as teams adjust to it, it usually wears off. But if you've seen what success it can have with someone that's not that good and you can still have that, why wouldn't you try to build on that with a talented quarterback that's young as opposed to hanging him out to dry? That's a bigger, those are my two NFL things that I, for the life of me, can't understand.
Yeah, I think that one's an easy one, though. As you mentioned, it's just stubborn coaches.
Stubborn, bad coaching.
Well, really quickly on the kickers thing, though, or I guess the fair catch on kickers, there's less kick returns, so you kind of have to try and show off on the punt return. I truly believe it's like at the last second, this punt returner, I'm going to get this, I'm going to return it, and then he realizes where he is. I'm at the 9, I got to fair catch it. I personally, that's what I think.
Well, Vancouver Ford text line brought it up. It should have cost Michigan a national championship.
They got so lucky.
Because that backup dumbass, like number 26, it looked like a backup punter.
Was that like at the 6?
Oh, no. It was like at the 4.
He tried to catch it?
He tried to catch it inside the 5. Again, going backwards, dropped it, and then got drilled at the 1. By the way, give him credit for picking up the ball and holding on to it. But if the Alabama guy had not tried to just light him up, all he had to do was reach out and smack the ball. And that is a fumble and a touchdown. And Michigan loses that game in a national championship. All because the backup punt returner decided to try to field the ball inside the 5-yard line. Baffling to me. You would think, especially with the backup. And by the way, your starter had already muffed the punt. You would think that before the backup's going on the field, they're like, hey, just so you know, I swear to God, if you try to field this thing inside the 10, you will never play a snap from me again. And yet he's out there fielding them. It's just it's a tough one. Frustrating.
I feel like Schulte may be onto something with, some of these returners. Maybe the coaches, the special teams coaches are, he was at the 6. I just rewatched it.
Is it 6?
Yeah, he waves.
6-yard line.
He waves, and then he kind of is going backwards, and then he, then we all know what happened. But I wonder if maybe the coaches they're just trying to balance letting players
make play,
because they want to.
Yeah. So
maybe they're just not as hard on him about this as they used to be.
I guess. Like, hey,
but on my special teams, as you know, I'm a great Hail Mary coach, probably the best in America,
without question.
I would consult with special teams, and I would say, I don't care how big of a playmaker this guy is. No. Do not field a punt inside the 10-yard line ever. And if you do, you are fired.
Yeah. You'll never,
you little bitch. You will never play for us ever again.
I'm telling you, when I played, that was the steadfast rule, the 10-yard line. Heels on the 10, and if you have to take a step back to the 9, you let it go.
It's weird.
But it's
right.
changed.
One more thing out of the tickle trunk that we can get to. Now that Bill Belichick has left, we have the new highest paid coaches in U.S. sports list. Number 1 may surprise you. Can you guess who number 1 is now?
It's not.
It was Belichick.
It's not an NFL guy, is it?
Maybe it is.
All right.
Maybe it isn't.
I'll take a guess at this.
It's 421 on the Fan. right, well, at least here in our region, the Great American Thaw is on. I mean, sort of.
Yeah.
It's melting.
It's more just now a crunchy, slushy mess.
In the news is next. One more thing from the tickle trunk we'll have time for here. The top 10 highest paid coaches in United States sports. So Bill Belichick is no longer with the Patriots.
Was he like close to 15?
25.
He was at 25?
Yep. They're saying $25 million.
Damn.
I wonder if there was a buyout, because the idea was that maybe Kraft wouldn't fire him because he didn't want to pay him that much money to not coach, but they mutually agreed. I wonder if there was they have to pay that full amount, or if it was like, hey, here's 15 and go F off.
Usually when coaches get fired, I remember this with Chip Kelly when the Eagles let him go and then the Niners hired him. It was kind of an offset. So I'm sure
they all have offset language.
Yeah, up to, and Bill Belichick ain't going to run cheap. Robert Kraft knows he's only probably going to write a $5-6 million as opposed to a $15+ million or $25 million check. Excuse me.
So this is from Sportico. They are claiming that Belichick made 25. The highest paid guy now makes 18.
My first guess off the top of my head was Popovich.
He's number 2. Greg Popovich makes $16 million.
Okay, so he's not 2 behind Belichick. He's 2 behind.
No, Belichick's off the list. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's a new number 1 who makes $18 million.
When's the last time Pop even succeeded? It's kind of funny he doesn't get the same treatment as Belichick's been getting in New England. Like,
yeah.
When did he win a playoff series last? 2016, 17?
He's viewed as a guy that's going to rebuild this thing, although they're awful this year.
Thank you.
Why are they so bad? I don't really understand.
There was an article that I just saw on this that they knew they were going to take some lumps but they didn't expect it to be this bad. And now Wemby's rolled his ankle a couple of times, so they're going to pull back his minutes. They're just going full tank for another year and get another high pick. And
yeah, but shouldn't they have been better with?
I would have thought
Wemby in there. And last time he won a playoff series was 2017.
That's the last time he won a playoff series.
Yep. They've lost. They haven't been to the playoffs the last 4 years.
It just goes to show you, this wouldn't fly in the NFL.
And then they lost in the first round the 2 years prior to that.
Would not fly in the NFL. His ass would be gone.
So he's number 2.
Okay.
The number 1 guy.
It's got to be mostly NFL guys.
Well, I'll tell you that NFL, 3 of the top 5 are NFL.
3 of the top 5 are NFL. Okay, so let's just go down. It'd be Shanahan, maybe.
He is number 5. Kyle Shanahan makes $14 million U.S.
What's Tomlin make?
Tomlin's number 7, $12.5 million, but he's about to get a raise probably.
Who am I missing?
I think
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
I think I got the answer.
Is 9th at $11.5 million.
And he's only
Dabo is 10, also at $11.5 million.
Okay, because Saban's out.
Yep.
Who am I missing? Carroll was making a bunch of money, but he's gone, right? Or does that count?
No, he's not on here. Right. He's out.
I'm trying to think of who I would.
Who do you think is the highest paid U.S. sports coach? $18 million a year.
Is he at 18? What about McVay?
He is 4th at $15 million a year.
Who the hell am I missing?
Didn't Monty Williams get an almost $100 million deal?
With Monty Williams?
He is 6th at $13 million.
By the way, talk about a team that's absolute dog ass. I give you the Detroit Pistons. Remember they had to give him all that money. It was like, boy, there's going to be a lot of losses. But it's got to be, so it's an NFL guy that we're missing.
So here, let me fill in the gaps for you.
Yeah,
okay,
fill in
so
the gaps.
Dabo is at 10.
Yeah.
Andy Reid 9. John Harbaugh 8, $12 million.
I forgot about old Harbaugh.
Tomlin $12.5 million, number 7. Monty Williams number 6 at $13 million. Kyle Shanahan number 5 at $14 million. Sean McVay $15 million at number 4. Number 3 is Eric Spoelstra.
Yeah, he's got a new deal, right?
$15 million. Number 2 is Greg Popovich at $16 million, and number 1.
NFL.
Number 1.
It's not McCarthy. It's not Doug Peterson. It's not any of the Giants or the Jets guys.
It is.
Who the hell is up there?
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton is the new highest paid coach in U.S. sports at $18 million a year.
Boy, we could have been here till next Friday, and that never once even occurred to me.
Well, that's why I said number 1 would may surprise you.
That's an overpay.
Payton.
That's an overpay.
They're giving Sean Payton $18 million?
According to Sportico, that is correct.
GD.
This says it's unclear where they got that number because an exact figure for Peyton's salary has not been reported. Last year, Peter King of NBC Sports reported that Peyton's salary would be in the neighborhood of $18 million annually. That's presumably where Sportico got their number.
Boy, I'll tell you right now, kids, you don't want to grow up to be the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys or the Denver Broncos. You want to grow up to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys
Actually,
or the Denver Broncos.
What I think you want to do is you want to be a soccer coach in Europe.
Are they making?
Oh, my God. They make almost 30. The good ones.
Like
the elite ones.
Yeah, so like Man City and all that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know who
Real
Diego
Madrid.
Simone is.
Who's he coach?
I don't know. But
I mean,
$27 million a year.
Salary's great. The lifestyle of a coach, though, hell no. Especially an NFL guy, you got to live at the office during the season.
I'll live at the office for $18 million.
Yeah, you'll die 20 years sooner as well.
But dude, I'm telling you, man, those guys hate doing anything else. Like
Jerry Glanville, I hear you.
They anyone that thinks that like boo-hoo for them, whatever. Like I love Dan Lanning. I think Dan Lanning's a good man and loves his family. But if you think Dan wants to be doing anything else, you think, given his choice that he wants to go, and we talk about like over Halloween, you think he would rather go trick-or-treating or sit there and try to develop a plan to stop Washington? It's in their blood. I've seen this so many times that in order to be at that level, you're wired different. You just are. And once in a while, you see someone with some balance in their life, but military guys are the same way. You ever met you ever met a Navy SEAL or like a Delta? You met
It's a brand of personality for sure.
Yes, that is a dangerous job. Yes, they may die. And it's those same dudes that sign up for 19 different tours. It's what they do. It's what they live for. It's like when a war happens and they get deployed, they're like, yes. They're hunters of men. That's what these guys are. I don't feel bad 1 second for any of these people.
Well, there's a trivia question for your boys at the bar.
That is a damn good one. And the Monty Williams snuck in on me too.
Yeah.
Monty, think about that. Monty Williams and Sean Payton combined, those two. How many wins? By the way, I think Sean Payton has more wins than Monty Williams. I'm not kidding. Because what did Denver?
I think you might be right.
Denver won.
I think they won 7 or 8.
I think they won 7 or 8.
Detroit's only won 7.
Yeah, I do believe that Sean Payton has more wins than Monty Williams.
That's crazy. All right, we get to ITN next. Another electrocution follow-up.
By the way, the Pistons have 4.
4 what?
4 wins.
Oh, I thought they won 7.
They are 4-37.
Damn, Peyton doubled him up.
And the San Antonio Spurs have 7 wins. So
that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, Sean Payton greater than Popovich and Monty Williams.
How about that? The 3 of the top 6 highest paid coaches, teams absolutely suck balls.
Not exactly a great return on the investment.
In the news next, here's Schulte.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by LaRog Brothers Jewelers. Every engagement ring in stock is up to 70% off. LaRog.com. First on The Fan, the Portland Trailblazers back on the court tonight, hosting the Pacers at Moda Center. Anthony Simons questionable again, dealing with an illness. DeAndre Ayton once again probable to return from knee tendonitis he's been dealing with for an extended period of time. Indiana, a 5.5-point favorite. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, players very happy in Las Vegas. The Raiders working to finalize a deal to make interim Antonio Pierce their next full-time head coach. The former linebackers coach led the Raiders to a 5-4 record since they fired Josh McDaniels. Baltimore Ravens tight end Mark Andrews will not play tomorrow against the Texans after he practiced for the first time this week since November. He's been dealing with an ankle injury. And locally in college football, the Ducks set to host Washington cornerback Jabbar Muhammad this weekend. That's before he announces his commitment after entering the transfer portal. His top 3 choices are Texas, Oregon, and Alabama. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino has all the postseason pro football action on the big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage. The Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
PG Long has been the Northwest flooring experts for 4 generations and more than 50 years. To serve their partners, builders, and contractors better, PG Long is now the preferred distributor of FIBO wall panel systems in the
Harrington and Club 1080. Right now it is January 19, 2024. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much. We have a little pep in our step today. And the reason for that is that the worst of our winter storm is over.
The thaw has begun.
Yes.
Was able to walk for the first time in days on the ground today.
As a matter of fact, I was driving on I-5 to come here to work today.
Mm-hmm. As you do from time to time.
And it was dry. Like it was completely dry.
And they're saying, like, because we thought, they said that the rain was going to come in and dump and help melt all this, but they're saying that now the rain's not coming today and may not for a bulk of tomorrow.
The thaw will be slow, but it has begun.
Yes, we will not, according to experts, we will not be below freezing again.
Today is National Popcorn Day, which is why I was eating popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn is delightful. I'm a big popcorn guy. Love me a good popcorn.
It is also Brew a Potion Day.
I don't know what that means. We're talking like witches and Wiccans, and haven't we all done that stint where you were trying to, score with the weird goth girl and Then you found out she was the whole thing. Everyone go through that phase like when you were like 16.
Oh, I'm totally into this. Whoa, I'm not into that.
Yeah.
A little too far.
Look, we've all done a lot of dumb things to try to, see some up tops and pretending that you were into the dark arts or that, astrology or whatever. We've all been there. We've all worn a captain's hat or something, trying to date the world's oldest grandma. She's got like some sort of shawl on her. It happens.
Is it possible that a hot toddy is a potion? Because it's supposed to be healing?
A hot toddy's supposed to be healing?
Well, yeah.
Well, could you say that about any cocktail then?
I don't know that they're supposed to be healing in the ways that a hot toddy.
Why is a hot toddy healing? What about the hot toddy?
The honey and the lemon and the hot water.
Oh.
The name sounds like it's a potion, a hot toddy.
Well, it's like, I guess that is true like when you're sick, but I always thought that was just an excuse that I don't feel good, so let's just drink.
Well, it is, but it's a way to drink and also kind of feel like you're helping your situation a little bit. And the whiskey just puts you right to sleep. So.
Yeah, that works. I mean, I guess if you want to go with that, a potion.
Because a potion, what is a potion, you asked? It has to have healing or poisonous properties. Or magical.
Yeah. Well, like back in the day, there was always like that the traveling dude that was selling some sort of health. I feel like the early 1900s were all about elixirs. Is an elixir the same thing as a...
I think that's a potion.
Yeah, like a tonic, right? There's always some sort of like, hey, drink this and...
Miracle tonic.
Miracle tonic. They still sell that on the religious channels. Like, remember?
Holy water.
Yeah, they sell what was it? Some sort of silver or something, or like during COVID. One of those charlatans was selling some sort of silver drink potion that if you drank it, like you went to heaven and you cured COVID. That's the Baby Billy, remember?
Baby Billy?
Yeah, the 700 Club and people like that, they're always selling some sort of magic Jesus juice.
Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers.
I'd still watch that show.
But we've got more info on the 3 people who were electrocuted in Northeast Portland.
And we've heard from the hero now, too.
Well, she's the one that told us how it all went down.
Yep, she saw it.
Now we have our questions answered, most of them.
Yeah.
So her name is Mahia Washington. She's an 18-year-old who lived across the street from where the power line came down.
And I don't like throwing the term around hero quite a bit because what's a hero?
She's a hero.
She's a hero.
She's a hero.
Yeah.
So I'll just read this to you. This is from KGW. She noticed a flash outside her home this week in Portland where a dangerous storm had coated the city with ice. Opening her blinds, she saw a red SUV with a down power line on it and a couple who had been putting their baby in the car. Yeah. Remember, we were wondering, were they in the car and did they get out of the car? They were putting the baby in the car. Yeah. Apparently, the couple that was with the baby, they were over there because that's where her parents lived. The mom's parents lived.
Yeah.
By the way, she was pregnant. She was only
6 months pregnant.
She was only 21 years old. She was 6 months pregnant.
Yep.
She was killed. They were at her dad and mom's house. Dad and mom had just gotten in the car to go to the store. And the reason they came over to their house was to use the internet because the internet was out at their house. So you talk about...
chain of events.
Yeah, just horrible luck and timing. So this woman, Mahia, the 18-year-old across the street, she's looking at this. She screams to her boyfriend to get the baby to safety. Not her boyfriend, the guy that's out there. And he grabs the child and began to scramble up the driveway on concrete so slick that it was almost impossible to walk. But before he made it halfway, he slid backward and his foot touched the live wire.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
And she said, a little fire, then smoke. Yep. The mother, 6 months pregnant, then tried to reach the baby, but she too slipped, slid back, and was electrocuted.
Yep.
Oh my God.
It's beyond awful.
Horrifying.
And she saw the whole thing.
So she's watching this, and apparently the other thing that happened, the other person that died, was 15-year-old brother of the mother who was in the house.
Yeah, he went to Milwaukee High School.
He came out to help, and he was electrocuted.
Yeah. Yeah.
So at this time, this teenager was on the phone with a dispatcher, and she's looking at the scene, and she sees the baby lying on top of the father, and she sees the baby move his head. It's a boy. We thought it was a girl. It was a boy.
And that's when she said she knew that the baby was alive and had to do something.
9-month-old baby. So she said, having just seen 3 people shocked to death, she decided to try to save the boy. She kept a low crouch to avoid sliding into the wire as she approached. She said at a news conference Thursday, a day after the deaths, as she grabbed the baby, she touched the father's body, but she was not shocked. Portland Fire and Rescue spokesman Rick Graves praised Washington for her heroism, but confessed that he did not understand how she and the baby were not also electrocuted.
Yeah, because do we know that is the wire still touching him? That's the only part of the story that I still have a question.
Must not.
It couldn't have been. But can you imagine watching one after? Like, I was under the impression that like it happened all at once, right? That they were in the car maybe, and they all stepped out to try to escape, all touched at the same time, and it went. But it was one after the other, and you watched it, and you're like, I'm going too. Oh my God.
Yeah, and I mean, the mom just doing what.
Yeah.
Instinctually, you should go grab the baby, and then she slipped. I mean, like. If they didn't slip, if it wasn't the slip. That's horrible.
Well, we've all been there where you start to slip and there's nothing you can do.
God.
But imagine knowing that there's a down power line there and you start to slip and you. But you're at the same time, there's a baby involved, so it's like you're probably hurrying and
so this girl goes over there.
Yep.
And avoids sliding back to the live wire, grabs the baby, has no idea how she's not shocked, how the baby's still alive, and she gets the baby to safety.
Yeah. But I don't love it, but how crazy that she said she lost her footing several times. She was slip sliding too, and still, like, just somehow by the grace of whoever, the Allfather, she didn't slide into the wire as everyone else had. The smoke and fire one too, I just can't. It gets me right in my chest.
So the dad is watching this. I said that he went to the store. Apparently he did not. Oh, this is a neighbor. Sorry. Wait, what?
I think they were leaving the house.
They were leaving.
The people that passed away tragically were leaving the house to go to the store. I think that's what you're thinking of, Ron.
Oh.
That's why they were in the car getting ready, and then that's when the tree struck the car.
This says so Washington's neighbor, the teenager's neighbor, his name is Ronald Briggs. And he declined to speak with the AP, but he did confirm that his daughter and 15-year-old son had been killed. So he was the pregnant girl's dad.
And he had known the family for like 20 plus years. Like they were.
He was the father.
Yeah, no, but everyone that they knew everybody. Like
you're talking about the neighborhood.
The neighborhood.
Oh, okay. Well, so he also had the 15-year-old boy, right? That was in the house.
Yes.
He did claim that he watched, he saw them die, and he begged the boy not to go out there.
Yeah.
And his quote is, "I told him, don't go down there, try to get away from them," and he slid and he touched the water, and he died too. This guy said, "I have 6 kids. I lost 2 of them in one day. It just hurts. Being a good father cannot solve this right now."
No, I don't know how you. I just don't know how you.
Crazy man.
You deal with that. I have no idea. I have no idea how you could possibly deal with that, having seen it with your own eyes.
Would you like the slip and fall numbers? Slip and fall injury numbers?
Oh yeah, I saw these. We set a record.
We did.
Yeah.
We can't stop setting records around
with
here.
ER visits.
We'll do that next on The Fan.
We like threesomes.
The answer is always yes, and it's a wonderful lifestyle.
1080 The Fan invites you to play in the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic at X Golf Tualatin and X Golf Vancouver, Tuesday, February 27th. We have an early round and a late round at both locations. Danny and Dusty and Isaac and Sook will broadcast live. Fabulous prizes are on the line, including lessons for the worst team. Sign your threesome up now at 1080thefan.com. 1080 The Fan.
All right, Hot 5 next. One final story here on In the News from your noted newsman. Thank you. Thank you, America. It is the record number of slip and fall injuries in Multnomah County.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
I almost had one in Clark County. I had 2 good falls, and luckily I avoided major injury, but
it almost became a stat.
It sucks. I thought the first one, I was on the ground for a while. I thought medical attention may be required.
I had one here in Multnomah County last night.
Yeah?
To the car. Here in the parking lot that I thought was okay, but I hit my leg on the car. I got a nasty, good 2-inch gash on my shin today. It's great.
Well, if you hadn't worn shorts, you probably wouldn't have a gash on your leg.
Try some long pants.
I still have a big bruise regardless.
Health officials in Multnomah County reported 166 visits to emergency departments related to falls just yesterday alone.
Yeah, that's a lot of...
Oh, wait, Wednesday. This was Wednesday.
It's a lot of visits.
Highest in a single day since 2016. And then, of course, on their tweet, they had to put how to prevent slips and falls.
You can't.
Don't go on slippery things.
Well, it says, watch your step.
Oh, thanks. I didn't appreciate that.
Go slowly.
Oh. anyone out there risky business style in the ice? Like, really?
It just starts to sound like, well, here's how to not have a baby. Don't have sex. Thanks. Like, we get it.
Bend slightly. Walk flat-footed. Extend arms for balance.
Yeah. I've done all of those things.
Look ahead for snow and ice-covered areas.
I did the tripod. I did the, I bent over going down the curb on Wednesday night and did the hand down and kind of worked 3 points of contact, like high winds on the plains, the mighty buffalo.
There is a woman who went viral here in Portland. She's a nurse. Her name is Joy. She said she had done 6 straight overnight shifts in a row, and all she wanted to do was get home. So she called an Uber, and the Uber got to the top of her hill, wherever she lives, and she was like, oh my God. And he was like, I'm not going down there.
Yeah.
And she's like, I have to get home. I am so tired. And so she got out and slid on her knees.
Yeah.
She didn't walk it. She just slid on her knees all the way down. And one of the neighbors filmed it. And it went viral. And then Joy saw it.
Oh.
And went, wait a minute. That's me.
Everything go okay, though, with the...
Yeah, she made it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there is something to do. I thought about it. I thought about doing the jacket on the ground and then doing the butt scoot. It's better than falling, man. You didn't crack your skull, break a hip. No thanks.
She said, I landed right at the bottom of my house and crawled to the steps, and I death gripped the iron rail going up to the door. My roommates are like, what happened? I just said, I just slid down.
Hey, when in doubt, man, more points of contact. Well, hopefully now that's the end of it. Although be careful, because I turned on my emergency flashers on my car. During the break, Rob saw it, and so I went kind of running out there, and the parking lot's pretty slushy at this point. So I wasn't running, but I was doing a little scoot, and everything was fine. And then you hit one spot, and you're like, the leg goes out. I didn't fall or anything, but you got to be careful. You get cocky when you're like, oh, it's done being frozen. All it takes is one spot, down you go.
Isn't it weird how some spot, just walking the dog and stuff, and some spots, it's all seemingly the same area.
But it's not.
But some spots are super slick still, and other spots aren't.
And my favorite
is
when you get the one mountain of ice, and it'll be there for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
There'll be a pile or a patch, and that thing ain't going anywhere.
Big block, yeah.
I don't know.
Why?
Maybe the sun isn't hitting it, or maybe it's just a lot thicker. It's accumulated there. I don't know. But there's always whenever it snows, right? They plow it, and there's one mountain of snow, in the Target parking lot, and it's there till May. It's 65. How is that not melted yet?
That is in the news. Jan 19, 2024. Hot 5 at 5 is next. The Zers. Will DeAndre Ayton make it to the game tonight? He should.
His bag. Well, and we had another national news media bag him and used Brooke Olzendam to.
No way.
Yeah, to flog him.
And we've got another coach hire in the NFL. We'll have all that next on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Abdia throws it ahead. Koulibaly reverse block by DiVincenzo. Here comes Brunson the other way. Great hustle from Dante DiVincenzo. Brunson inside. Layup, count it, and one. Chance for a three-point play.
Jalen Brunson is one of those athletes that makes me feel old because I remember his daddy playing.
Now you're like, oh.
He played at Temple.
I like that, when Buck's here, we get a lot of random baseball clips. The Leading the Charge report is now just random basketball. This is Schulte's bread and butter. Like a random Jalen Brunson goes off for 41.
The Knicks are leading the charge.
Yeah, 5th in the East.
All right. System checks at 14 area locations. Battery exchange with an X.com.
Are you a business owner in need of financing? Then you need Swish Funding, the better way to get the funding you need. Our simple application process takes just minutes with funding as soon as one business day. At Swish Funding, we focus on your business cash flow.
Nice little Friday. Thawing out a little bit. It's Rop and Sook.
Thank heavens, man. I woke up this morning, and I'm telling you, and I know there's people that have it way worse than me, but I am just, if I never see ice again, I'll drink warm beverages. I'm fine. I am so over the freaking ice.
It's debilitating.
It is.
It's obnoxious.
And then I hate the national narrative. It's not snow that snow does cripple us, but this wasn't snow. This isn't just, deal with it. You can't freaking move on it.
Yeah, well, it's over.
That is a conversation my wife and I were having last night.
At least for now.
She's from Boston, so they deal with snow and ice all the time. So she even was kind of lamenting before it got icy. But then even afterwards, as it's starting to thaw out, it's like, well, gosh, people just can't deal with it here. And it's like, can they deal with the ice in Boston? And she's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, that's impossible. It just freezes.
I think there's a couple things with that. My wife and I had the same conversation. She's like, is it better? Do people deal with ice better in, like, where you're from? I'm like, no. Ice is just, there's nothing you can do. No. It's just that, one, in some areas, particularly Boston and where I'm from in the Midwest, there is a lot more equipment.
Yeah, because they deal with it all the time.
Yeah, so they invest in more equipment to help. And so the side streets, and it's also, at least where I'm from, it's more grid-like. Mm-hmm. It's easier to get to side streets. Here, there's just so many nooks and crannies and hills and small little streets and curves, and it's just impossible to get all that cleared out.
I just want anyone with half a brain to explain to me, again, I'm stupid, I'm a moron. Explain to me.
We know that.
How steep hills covered in trees and an inch of ice. Explain to me what you would, like, what is the solution there? What magical thing do you have that this happens? Like, if this happens in New England, they just laugh at you and they're like, ha, 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 6 inches of ice, we're from New England. Yeah.
They don't have hills in New England. That's the problem.
Well, I just think they handle it better because they have more equipment to do so.
But again,
they're more equipped.
Even with equipment, there's only so much you can do when the city is frozen solid. There's just not a whole lot you can do. And when trees are coming down and power line, like, what do you want people to do? And I'm just over it. And my frustration level, I'm pissed.
Done.
I'm pissed at Mother Nature. El Nino or Nina or whoever can go right to hell.
All right. Well,
where's some of this global warming? Let's go.
Maybe it will be
crank it up.
Bright and sunny next week, and we can play golf.
Yes, I need it.
But it probably won't.
Well, I'm going to Arizona for a day, so that'll help.
All right, we've got Robbing the Bank next. Joey Harrington 5:30, Club 1080 after that. Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Sports Illustrated laid off most of its staff today.
Yeah.
Leaving the future of the iconic magazine very much in doubt.
And the handful of people that are employed saying that they are not guaranteed employment past the next 90 days. I mean, this is, and there's a lot more going on here. Some people are saying that, trying to defend the company that bought them, saying this is a necessary transition and, businesses have done this, but it's a bad day for journalism. And that was once... that was the gold standard of sports. Yeah. Sports Illustrated growing up was it was it, and it was the most iconic brand, and it's and everything from they got caught using AI writers, to write stories, and it's just what's happened to that brand is just it'll never come back.
Their publisher, the Arena Group, lost its publishing license, so they turfed over 100 people today in order to what they say manage debts.
Yeah. Bad day.
Number 4.
Blazers host the Pacers tonight. No word on the status of DeAndre Ayton, although he is expected to play.
Yeah, and Halliburton is going to go, and we get the debut of Siakam tonight, too. Blazers will lose by...
Spread's 8.
Oh, I'm going to go ahead and pound the over on that. I'm going to say the Blazers lose by 17. They're going to get drilled.
Really?
Yeah, they're going to get drilled.
Portland is getting healthier. If Ayton can get to the arena, the only key guy out would be, well, that's not out for the season, would be Shaedon Sharpe.
Yeah, he's got the abductor. The awful announcing put out a story today after everyone was trolling Ayton. Brooke Olsendam, the Blazers sideline reporter, who's a wonderful human being, she's got a busted foot. Oh. And she made it to the game. I saw her there with the busted foot, and I was like, oh, it's like you made it. And now they're saying that they're trying to use that as an excuse. Like, they're dragging Ayton even more, that the sideline reporter with a broken foot found a way to get to the game, but Ayton didn't.
Yeah.
What a cheese D story. They live side by side. The exact same conditions to get in.
No offense to Brooke, but I'm guessing she does not live where DeAndre Ayton lives.
No. And we can't confirm that is not in the West Hills.
No. Vancouver.
Yeah, in the Couve.
Ohio State has a new offensive coordinator. They hire former Texans head coach and most recently the OC in New England, Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, he's going to bring that high-powered Patriots offense.
Yeah, no kidding.
To Ohio State. He's got a really good reputation for being an offensive guy.
I know, but why does their offense in New England? I mean, that was the worst offense I've ever seen of all time ever.
I don't know.
What is up with New England?
Zappy. I mean, and there's no weapons there whatsoever.
I know,
I don't know.
Still, man.
Well, now there's no more Saban rehab, so if it doesn't work here, O'Brien's screwed.
The top-ranked quarterback in the class of 2024 is entering the transfer portal. His name is Julian Sayin. He had enrolled at Alabama early, but now he's leaving. He says he wanted to play for Nick Saban, but now he's going to explore his options. I think he originally chose Bama over LSU, Ohio State, and Texas.
What people are starting to realize, and this is what we were saying, those kids weren't going to Alabama. They were going to Nick Saban. So, you can be like, oh, Alabama's the best job in the world. It was when Saban was there, but you're finding out. And that's what almost every kid that has left has said the same thing. I came there to play for Nick Saban.
We have the biggest contract for a reliever in baseball history as closer Josh Hader gets 5 years, $95 million.
Tasty.
From the cheating and now racist Houston Astros.
Those sons of bitches.
They're a match made in heaven.
Well, but they were already racist. Remember they were doing the Asian eye thing?
Yeah.
So
that was
now we're just
Yuli Gurriel.
Yeah.
Yuli Gurriel.
So now just the cheating and doubling down on the racist.
Unbelievable.
Hater is filthy though.
That is a nice get for them. I hate to say it. He's awful good.
Yeah,
they're already unbeatable. God.
He's a giant douche canoe, but boy, his stuff is filthy. That was the All-Star game where he had to step away when those comments came out.
Yeah, we didn't Well, it was old tweets, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was old tweets. He went all John Rocker during the All-Star game. They're like, Apparently it pays $95 million to be a racist jerk.
Yeah, he kind of skirted that, didn't he? It's like they didn't really cancel him very well.
Well, again, have that sweeping cutter, whatever you call that thing, because it's not the slider anymore. What do they call it?
The sweeper.
The sweeper. Throw that at 95 and no one cares. You can be as racist as you want.
As long as you don't ever lose your stuff like Kenny Powers, you're great.
It's true.
The Raiders are pulling the interim tag off of Antonio Pierce. He will be their permanent head coach. He went 5-4 after taking over for Josh McDaniels.
Well, I guess the players just love him. I mean, Max Crosby came out and
he did a good job.
Yeah, Crosby basically said, if you get rid of him, I'm next. He got those. He got the players to back him.
A couple of injury notes for divisional round this weekend. Bills say wide receiver Gabe Davis and safety Taylor Rapp are both out for their game against the Chiefs. The Ravens will be without Marlon Humphrey and Mark Andrews tomorrow against the Texans.
Is Andrews officially out?
He's out. Yeah, they said he will not play.
Because I saw earlier today that they were optimistic that it was going to go, but I hadn't seen that they ruled him out. That's a big blow because he is. I mean, the Ravens are dynamite, but when he's in there, that is a Kelsey level player when he's able to go.
Packers list cornerback Jair Alexander questionable against the Niners. He was able to suit up against Dallas. Their running back A.J. Dillon is good to go. And the Niners say Dre Greenlaw, linebacker, he is back to practice, although limited. He has Achilles tendonitis. He is officially listed questionable. Yeah. The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now, right now, at VictorRicos.com. VictorRicos.com is the website. Let's rob the bank. We'll go through each game against the spread next on The Fan.
Yeah. The home of dirt.
Picks, but there are 4 games. So we'll give everyone an opportunity to lay out their wager on each of these games. Now, I do have Bucks picks. He was very bad last week.
Did not go well.
It did not. So Buck is now, he was leading the way.
Yeah.
Remember, he had that hot
he was rolling
midseason run. Buck is now 47, 48, and 1.
Mm-hmm.
He is minus 21 units.
Yeah, some of his big bets didn't pay off.
He lost all 3 of his 10-unit plays.
Yeah.
Leading the way, Big Sook, you are up 10 units. Still a losing record, though, 31 and 32. But up 10 units because you hit
my 2
of your 3 10-unit plays.
Punts! When in doubt, Iowa and punts.
I am 24 and 22 plus 3 units. I have not used any 10-uniters, but I will today.
I like it.
Schultze, 5 and 1. He is minus 10 units. And Will Ortner, who is not here and will not submit picks, is 2 and 4, minus 3 units. So there is not a lot of good on the board there. But alas, we keep pushing.
Yeah.
So let's start. Let's go chronological since there's only 4 games. 1:30 tomorrow. Houston visiting Baltimore. I do not have a play on this game, but I would say that if I had to bet it, I would take Houston plus the 9.5. I think there's good value with Stroud and Ryans, but I'm not going to play it.
I do think there's good value there. Baltimore has been crushing people. They beat Houston by double digits earlier in the year, but this is a completely different Houston team. I like the way Houston's playing. I think they had to be in playoff mode for a while now. So I get where the value is, but I'm not betting against Baltimore. Much like San Francisco, they're not just beating people, they're hammering people. And I think with Green Bay and Houston, I think there's a little bit of the, look at what they did. Well, no offense to Cleveland, no offense to Dallas, but these are 2 entirely different animals when you're talking about a rested Baltimore, a healthy Baltimore. Although the Andrews thing, being out, that one stinks in Humphreys. I'm not going to touch this. I got a gut feeling that Baltimore blows them out, but I'm with you that if I were betting this, 9.5 is a lot of points. That's a lot of points there with the Houston Texans, but I'm not touching it.
You know who's not afraid is Ryan Buckley.
He going all in?
By the way, guys, big news. Ryan Buckley returns to our program 1 week from today.
You're right there out of town.
Did you know that?
He's coming back on a Friday?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think he has to. For 12 weeks.
Yeah, I think
exactly was next Thursday.
Oh, for God's sakes. 12 weeks? Really? 12?
He is on.
Dirt's taking those 12 weeks coming up, too.
Well, you would, too, if you had a baby.
I'm thinking about having a fake baby.
I mean, I know people are like, oh, it's so much time. Dude, just take it. They give it to you.
Yeah.
Take it.
Again, prove that I didn't have a baby.
So Buck is on the Texans plus 9.5 for 3. He is also on Texans Ravens under 43.5 for 4. So he's tying those 2 together. Always a good idea to take a bunch of points when the over-under is low.
Yeah.
It means they don't think there's going to be a lot of points. You might as well take 9.5.
Yep.
Looking here, he does not have any other. He's got so many.
I know. He's
just got all kinds of stuff on his sheet.
His bets are just.
I wonder what his brain's like.
Does he just lay in bed because he's got nothing else to do with his kids? He just sits around and comes up with strange bets?
Quantum physics just rolling around in that nugget.
No, sorry. He has Nico Collins. He wants Nico Collins anytime tutty for plus 175.
That's a good bet.
He wants 4 units to win 7 units. And Nico, of course, a wide receiver for the Texans. So we're gonna log him in for that one, too.
God bless Bob.
Look at that guy trying to make a comeback.
Something.
All right, San Francisco, Green Bay. The kickoff will be 5:15?
5:20 officially.
In San Fran.
So this is my play of the week.
Spread is 9.5.
I absolutely love the 49ers in this, but I'm taking a page out of Rob's book, and I'm going to put this in a teaser.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to tease this with the Lions, but you can go ahead and lock me in.
Oh, you're doing the Lions? Oh.
I'm going to do the Lions Niners teaser.
Well, you're welcome for that.
This is brilliant. So I think the Lions and Niners are going to win. Both of those are pretty good spreads, though, when you're talking about 6 and 9.5. But I just think we're over our skis with the Green Bay Packers. Look, the Packers are good, and they're playing better, but they don't stop the run very well. the Dallas Cowboys, believe it or not, the Dallas Cowboys ran the ball for 5.5 yards against them. It's just they got down by 21 and then 27 because Dak's throwing interceptions. And as good as Green Bay has looked, let's also admit that they haven't necessarily been playing a murderer's row of people. Like Jordan Love is a solid quarterback right now, but they're doing it on the strength of Aaron Jones' run game, and they're not asking him to do everything. But look at some of these wins that they've had. The Bears, the Vikings, and the Panthers. They've lost to the Buccaneers. They lost to the Giants. They did have the nice wins over the Lions, which kind of saved their season, and that one over the Chiefs. So like I said, Green Bay's a solid team. San Francisco's a different animal. I think San Francisco's going to whoop their ass. 11 of San Francisco's 12 wins have been by double digits. I think San Francisco drills them. I think Green Bay was playing with house money. They went into Dallas. I think Dallas was buying their own brand there. San Francisco was rested. They're healthy. And remember, the only thing that has stopped San Francisco over the last handful of years is a Jimmy Garoppolo overthrow and injuries. And this is a healthy San Francisco team. I think they bludgeoned.
I heard Will Ortner say that.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Hey, so you stole Will Ortner's bits?
Finally, I got that. He's doing.
Maybe he should just replace you.
Well, now he's doing Big Will. It's a little creepy.
Big Will? What do you mean?
Well, the Big Sook, and now he's going Big Will Betts.
Big Will Betts.
It's weird. It's really weird. Very strange.
Well, you seem to like his opinions.
It's the only good one he's ever had. They drill Green Bay. So
what's your bet?
I'm doing a 5-unit. I'm putting that in a teaser, 6-point teaser.
6 point. Okay.
6-point teaser.
Minus 3.5
with the Lions.
Okay, so then Detroit would be a pick'em.
Yes.
5 units.
Yes.
Okay, you're logged.
I'm logged.
And you're welcome. You win that. You owe me a drink.
You got it.
Nice. I will be on San Francisco, and this will be a 10-unit play for me, guys. I couldn't agree more. I just think San Francisco is going to get 7s, and Green Bay is going to get 3s. And I think 9.5 in that scenario is a short number. I think it's small because I think the Niners are surgical, coming off a bye. Green Bay, I don't want to say they're fluky. They're not. That was a one-off game against Dallas. I don't know what happened to Dallas's defense, but remember, Green Bay's defense gave up 32.
Yeah.
I think the Niners are going to get at least 32, and I think Green Bay is going to settle for a lot of field goals. So I have this game 39-13 in favor of the Niners. So that's a 10-unit play for me, guys. San Francisco minus 9.5.
Well, you already have my Lions pick, so I'm putting that in the teaser.
Yeah, I got you down. All right. Schultz, anything on Saturday?
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm playing both games, and one of them is my 10-unit play. The opposite of yours, unfortunately. I like the Packers in this game to cover. It's a lot of points for them, and here's why. They lead the league as far as different receivers being their top wide receiver in a particular game. In the entire NFL, I think they've had 7 or 8 different guys, and that leads the rest of the league in top wide receivers. They spread the ball out along with Jordan Love. Yeah, he's not going to play exactly as well as he did last week, but he was throwing darts. Those bullets in between some of those defenders looked good. I expect them to have a couple more 7s than 3s. I don't think that they're going to hit a field goal down there every time like Ropp does. So I think 10 units, the Packers are going to cover the 10, and I do think the Texans for 5 units are going to cover against the Ravens. CJ Stroud's been playing better than everybody thought he was going to all season. Are they going to win? No, but they're definitely going to cover 9.5.
All right. Houston and Green Bay. I like it. San Francisco, by the way, is also a pick of Buckley. That makes me nervous.
Yeah, I know. We're all on board.
He likes that for 4 unis. Okay, Sunday, first game up will be Tampa at Detroit. Noon kickoff.
Yeah, I think Detroit wins. Again, already played. I like Tampa. Tampa's found a way to win that garbage-ass division. It was a layup against the Eagles because the Eagles are absolute dog mess. But even then, they were getting a lot of field goals. And as much as they were dominating, they let Philly hang around that. I think Detroit will throw up and down on them. I mean, their defense is predicated on the blitz. And Goff has been great against the blitz this year. He's not good when he gets pressured, but they're getting the ball out. They will not have a Nick Sirianni run scheme there in Detroit. So I just think Detroit is better than Tampa. They've already proved it. They're at home. I think the Lions win. And like I said, when you tease it down to basically just to pick them, I love this. So again, it's part of my 5-unit play.
I'm going to get on Tampa. I'll take them plus 6.5.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be a close game, and the reason I think it's going to be a close game is, one, I think Baker Mayfield's going to have a lot of success against the Detroit secondary. Mike Evans is a matchup nightmare for them. Now, Tampa doesn't run the ball, and Detroit stops the run, so it's sort of a bad matchup for Detroit's defense, because I think Tampa understands that there won't be much in the ground game here.
So it's a
air it out, and they don't cover the slot very well. So I think Tampa, even on a backdoor cover scenario, I think this is ripe for Tampa to keep it close. Detroit does often play with their food. They keep it close. They make these, I don't know, I like Detroit. They're a good team, but I don't trust them. And Tampa is a little bit more, I guess they're a little bit less mistake prone. So it'll be interesting to see if the one thing I want to watch for in this game is if Baker Mayfield gets the opportunity to drive Tampa down to win the game, can he do that against a Detroit defense that can be had? I think that is a fascinating question. I hope it comes to that. I do believe Detroit wins, but I think this one's going to be really close. So give me 4 units, Tampa plus 6.5. Ryan Buckley is also on Tampa. Damn it. Plus 6.5. He is logged for 3 units on that one. Schulte?
I got nothing on that game. I'm staying away. Detroit, yeah, I think they might win, but I'm not putting money on it.
And the next one, obviously, Kansas City, Buffalo. I don't have a great feeling about this. I'm just going to throw out a 2-unit play on this, but bottom line is you give me Mahomes in points in the playoffs. Josh Allen's played 1 clean game all year. Buffalo has been beat up all year. The injury report still isn't great for them. Missing key guys on both sides of the ball. My gut kind of tells me that Buffalo will get over the hump on this. Like I said, I don't love the Chiefs by any stretch of the imagination, but I just have a hard time betting against Patrick Mahomes if I'm getting points. So I'll do a little 2-unit play here and give me Kansas City in the points.
All right, I have no play. I really love this game. I think Buffalo is going to win, but I will not step in front of Kansas City. Sometimes the best bets you make are the ones you don't place. And so I'm just not going to get burnt by Kansas City. I won't allow myself to do it. Although I do believe that Buffalo is going to win, and I kind of think they're going to cover. Kansas City has too much respect for me. So I will not play it. I will just enjoy it.
I like the points total on the under. 45, I feel like, is a lot. I don't know if it's going to snow on Sunday.
It's supposed to be crappy conditions.
Yeah. And it's been snowing all week after that kind of like opening of the sun and great clouds day oh, God, sorry. I'm mad because I lost $230 on that under. So, in the Bills game last week against the Steelers. But I do think they will hit the under 45.5. And I got 6 units left, so I'll put them on that game.
Oh, well, you can't. No, you got to do 1 to 5 or a 10.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's go 5. My bad. Let's go 5 units.
Okay. You got it. All right, there you go. Anything else?
That's all I got.
That's it.
From you, Broheems. By the way, Buck, Josh Allen, anytime tutty for 5 units. And he's going Chiefs-Bills under as well. He agrees with you. That should scare you.
It does.
45.5 for 3 units.
I like his anytime tutty plays are good, though, especially from Josh Allen and Nico Collins. I think he picked the best ones.
There you go. That's Ropping the Bank. Let's get Joey Harrington in here. We'll see how he feels about a big weekend for his Lions. Coming up next, here's Schulte.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by X Golf. It's indoor golf season. Check out X Golf in Vancouver or Tualatin, the home of indoor golf, online at xgolfpnw.com. First on the Fan, the Portland Trailblazers in action tonight, hosting the Pacers at Moda Center. Anthony Simons questionable with an illness, though. DeAndre Ayton probable to return from knee tendinitis. He also got Tyrese Halliburton trying to give it a go, as well as Pascal Siakam making his first appearance as a Pacer. The line has climbed up from 5.5 all the way to now Indiana being favored by 8. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Raiders working to finalize a deal to make Antonio Pierce their next full-time head coach. The former linebackers coach led the Raiders to a 5-4 record since they fired Josh McDaniels. Baltimore Ravens tight end Mark Andrews will not play tomorrow against the Texans after practicing for the first time this week since November. He's been dealing with an ankle ankle injury. And in baseball, the Houston Astros signed free agent closer Josh Hader to a record 5-year, $95 million contract. The deal includes no deferrals and a full no-trade clause. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino has all the postseason pro football action on the big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
One game here in the Twin Cities. Look at the moves by Edwards. Swashbuckle and slamming. Anthony Edwards skies.
Anthony Edwards leading the Timberwolves over the Grizzlies last night. Minnesota 30-11, but does anyone trust them in the playoffs? Playoffs?
In the West?
I don't know,
nobody else in the West. I feel like it's like OKC or the T-Wolves.
They'll probably lose to like the Lakers or something.
Yeah, LeBron on a sexy run.
System checks at 14 area locations, Battery Exchange with an X.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is
And here is Joey Harrington, I'm guessing from his house. I was worried about you. I was thinking about you because of your knee surgery and everything, and you're not getting around all that well, even though you're recovering.
Probably not great on the ice.
In the ice and everything. How are you handling everything? Are you okay?
Thank you, Captain Obvious. Yeah. It is not ideal. It severely limits the shoveling capacity, which is a good and a bad thing.
Did you try to shovel?
There was a stretch, when was it, yesterday, like midday, where it was kind of raining and kind of warm enough, and it was kind of slushy, where I got enough of the driveway, like the tracks of the driveway, where the tires would go cleared out, that we could drive out today. So we did get out of the driveway today, which, was better than the rest of the week. So but this is weird.
Do you have one of those rich guy difficult driveways? Because my working theory is that the more wealth you accumulate, the worse your driveway is.
Well, see, our driveway, it's not steep or anything. We just have it just wraps, the garage is in the back of the house. So the driveway just goes along the side. It's not a difficult driveway. It just goes along the side of the house, and then the garage is in the back.
It's narrow though, right?
Yeah.
See, you got a rich guy driveway. Now you don't have super rich guy driveway, because you'd have that.
I think
and then
rich guy driveway is like 3-car garage and like on a hit, like a slope.
Yeah.
Like DeAndre 8.
Well, like I said, you have wealthy driveway. You don't have rich driveway. That's why I said the more wealth you accumulate, the worse your driveway gets. That's why Ayton couldn't make it to the game. He's got rich guy driveway. You have wealthy driveway. Me, poor driveway, I get out no problem.
Yeah, we're just fine.
Yeah.
We just have to back out 5 feet.
So hold on here. I take some bit of offense to this. Like, what is the difference between, I'm trying to figure out, like, is it simply whether your garage is next to or behind your house, or attached to, or what is
a simple radio working man's driveway is low slope, and it's right in front of the garage.
I have no slope.
Okay,
it's perfectly flat.
That's fine. But you do have to go around corners, and it's narrow.
Nope. No corners. No corners. Just a direct. Nope, no circular. It is literally just a straight line, flat from the street. It just happens to be on the north side of the house next to my neighbor's fence. And so it's like, it's kind of like
it's narrow.
But narrow has nothing to do with
I feel like Joey is sensitive about his wealthy driveway.
Well, it sounds like he's one of us.
I'm trying to figure this out. Like,
send a photo. Send a photo.
Swinging. Wow.
Yeah, he's one of the poors. He's like us.
Yeah, you're trying
to be a man of the people.
You're trying to be a man of the people, but your driveway says that you're not.
But your qualifications for a rich guy driveway, none of which mine fall into. That's my point. You're saying slope, you're saying circular, you're saying turned. None of those fall into my driveway falls into none of those categories.
If you're an everyman, all you have to do to get out of your driveway is put it in neutral, and your car slides right out. That's the benefit of the everyman. I have to put. Do you have to put your foot on the gas to get out of your driveway?
Me, yes.
You do?
Yeah.
You can't just do a slight roll down.
I have a lot of money.
I think your theory is it's one of those theories that I think on the top and bottom end, you're using the top and bottom end to therefore make assumptions about the middle section that I don't think necessarily hold up.
I just feel that
he's calling you out.
I feel like you're sensitive about your wealthy. Take a photo, please, of your driveway, and I think.
Well, now he's going to fall on the ice.
Well, yeah, don't do that. Wait till it thaws. Send a photo. I think you have wealthy driveway, and I think you have wealthy driveway guilt.
Interesting. I'll take a photo at the break.
Yeah,
I would like to see it. And if I'm wrong, I will apologize to your everyman driveway.
His whole point is just that the nicer the house, the more exclusive, they make them. And
the issue with our driveway, like I said from the very beginning, there was no the garage is in the back of the house, right? It's back, and so we drive and we park back behind. So there is just more. It's just off the street. So
seems inconvenient to me.
Right. Well, big weekend
it's inconvenient till your car gets broken into, and then we got other.
Well, see, there you go. Yeah. See, some of us can't prevent our car from being broken into.
Exactly.
It just sits out there waiting.
Yeah, it's out there exposed to the elements and the people and the crime and the old people.
You are okay. Fine.
Yeah, let's move on.
Let's move on.
Who had hot driveway arguments?
He came out hot. You came out swinging. And you know what? After being cooped up in the house for 5 days, then I'm going to swing back.
It's ready to go.
I'm a little grumpy.
He's got a little Detroit in him right now. He's biting kneecaps.
God, I'm biting kneecaps here.
What was the coldest game you ever played in?
13 degrees at kickoff with a wind chill of like 6.
Yeah. Was that Lambeau?
It was third week of December at Lambeau, Sunday night. I guess it's 7 or 6:30 Central Time kickoff. So it's 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. The third week, so it was like December 20th or something like that. It wasn't warm.
Did you guys win?
If I remember correctly, so we played 2 years in a row. We played at Lambeau, my third and fourth years in Detroit. Did we win? No, we didn't win either of them. But one of them was when Jeff Garcia was playing, and I was like already foot out the door. And the other one was the third. So we did it 2 years in a row, and one was like 20 degrees at kickoff with a wind chill of 11, and one was, 13 degrees with a wind chill of 6. But I remember the year I played, my third year, we had a 14-point lead going into the fourth quarter. And it was Brett Favre and Ryan Longwell, and you can take a wild guess on what happened.
Yeah.
Ryan Longwell hits a game-winning field. They score 17 in the fourth and win on a Longwell game-winning field goal. Yeah. I remember that game because it was so windy. I had a throw to the sideline to Roy Williams to ice the game, right? We got the ball, just get a first down, and we're going to ice the game. He ran like a 16-yard comeback on our sideline, and I cut it loose, and the ball, the wind hits it and like pushes the ball high. And so Roy goes up to jump for it, and because the wind was swirling, as soon as it pushed it high, it then pushed it down low, and Roy jumped for the ball, and it hit him in the feet.
Oh, gosh.
Whoops.
So it was like, if you're looking at it just like from a casual observer, it's like, why is he jumping for a ball that hits him in the feet? But like, unless you're on the field and realize that, like, the wind is swirling, and that's the thing too, is like, it's such an advantage for those guys that you ask Aaron Rodgers, you ask any of those guys, unless they're crazy stupid, they don't like playing in that, but they embrace the advantage, right? Jack was asking me about why doesn't Miami ever win in cold weather games? Where did they go? They went to
they were in Kansas
Buffalo,
City.
Or they were Kansas City, yeah. And I was like, well, I'll tell you why, Jack, because you spend the entire year in this like mild, temperate climate. It's the same reason why New England or the other, the teams that would come to us in Miami in August, they just get roasted out of. Yeah. Miami starts out 3-1, 4-0, for that reason. But then you get into the playoffs and you take I'll never forget I was driving to practice, and it was the first time that the weather, and I'm not kidding, it dipped it below 70. And I was driving to the facility, and I saw 2 people walking in beanies, ski coats, and gloves.
67.
And it was 68.
Wow.
Like it was like the most fridge. Like people were having the weather reporters. Oh my God, it's a cold front. Prepare. You should stock up and buy your supplies. Your pipes may freeze. I'm not kidding. It was 68. I was wearing flip flops, and I drove by these people who were wearing a stocking caps, ski coats, and gloves.
That's amazing.
So that's like it is an advantage.
Yeah. Is there a trick to playing quarterback in the cold?
Keeping the ball warm and keeping your hands warm. And that's the thing, because the colder the ball gets, the harder it gets.
And slick, right?
And as it gets hard, it gets slick. And it's just that it's like throwing a rock. Yeah. Like it's like throwing an oval rock. So, you'll see guys that will keep their hands in their pocket warmers. You've got, all the heaters in there until the very last minute. Like ball is shotgun snap, ball is in the air, and they've still got their hands in there or guys will just simply wear gloves, because the glove gives a tack that, that you usually try and get with warmer hands. But I could never do it, because what happens is the ball stays on your hand longer, and you end up throwing if you're a righty, you miss low and left. And I guess if you haven't thrown with gloves before and you're a right-handed quarterback, the ball sticks on your hand just a half a second longer, and you end up missing low and left. And if you're a lefty, you miss low and right.
And I'm guessing every little bit when you're throwing like that, like every little thing makes such a difference when you're trying to be precise.
Oh, I mean, you know the difference. Like the difference between putting the ball on the left shoulder versus, if you put the ball where if the correct spot is right shoulder, right? Your receiver makes a catch if it's right shoulder. If the correct spot is right shoulder and you put it center sternum, it's likely getting knocked down. If the correct spot is right shoulder and you put the ball left shoulder, that ball's getting picked off. Yeah. Like that's stand up. Like if you want to know like the precision of NFL quarterbacks, stand up and put a tape measure, whatever you do, but hold your hands on your right shoulder. There's a perfect pass. Hold your hands on your left shoulder. There's an interception that's going the other direction. Like that's the type of precision. And now try and do that when it's 9 degrees and the wind's blowing sideways. Like it's a huge advantage for those home teams.
All right, let's pause when we come back with Joey. A big weekend for his Lions in Detroit. And
do I get to claim them as my Lions?
Well, I'm being a little bit. Look,
you can. I mean,
I'm being a little patronizing there.
Why not?
I did want to ask you about that. Just it's been a long time, and this is very unusual for them.
Yeah, what feelings are brought up, and
we'll get to that, and maybe we'll find out what Joey thinks of Jed Fish. I don't know if we'll have time, but let's take a break, and we'll be back with Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, Washington corner Jabbar Muhammad has the Ducks in his final three. It's between them, Texas, and Alabama.
Boy, you want to piss off Washington, their best secondary guy. Ooh, to be fair, he's only been there a year. He transferred from Oklahoma State, but he jumps ship and goes to Oregon. Yeah, that's them fighting words right there.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
It's the Fan on Demand. Service Patriots brings you fan podcasts after racking up 2.5 million listens and downloads in 2023.
Oh my God, that is impressive.
Is your heater safe? Why replace it when Service Patriots can restore it? Get their $59 27-point furnace tune-up and safety check, including a free 1-inch filter. They'll also check your AC for free. Go to ServicePatriots.com. Service Patriots podcasts on 1080.
It's hot.
The Fan.
He describes the garage behind the house. I mean, it really looks. It's just like straight back there, but it's a little bit behind the house to the left.
I feel like that you're going to have to hook that at the end.
A little bit, yeah.
And in the ice, that's a tough driveway to navigate. I'm sorry. I stand by my statement. It's not a rich guy's driveway, but that's a wealthy man's driveway.
You've worn him out.
Look, I'm not gonna argue.
Nice
I'm simply just providing visual evidence so that you're not making assumptions about circular entrances or 3-car garages or.
It was very helpful. It was very helpful for our determination. And I will say,
maybe if I was invited out, I could see the driveway for myself. Just saying.
You're never going to be invited.
Yeah, you've pissed him off. In weather like this, you can. I feel like that driveway does become a poor man's driveway too, because you can just park out towards the street on the front of it, and then it's like my driveway.
Yeah, you don't go all the way back.
Yeah, you don't go all the way back in weather like this, and so that's a nice little bonus you have there. Okay, so the Lions have done the unthinkable. They've actually, made the playoffs. And they won a playoff game.
31 years or something?
And I did want to ask you about this.
1991.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And they asked Stafford after the game, and he was great for them. They asked him about it, and they said, "Are you happy for for Detroit?" And he said, "Well, I'm happy for the players." So even he's bitter. Like, what do you think about Detroit and them kind of being they're the darlings now. Everybody's like lovable losers. Everybody's rooting for him now with Dan Campbell.
I think those are two different. I would say two different questions or two different topics. I think in the context of all of us, I'll say, being run out of town, I think that time heals wounds or whatever it is, right? The year I left Detroit and got traded to Miami, I could not physically describe how happy I was to go back into Ford Field and beat them on Thanksgiving and win Phil Sims's mother's what kind of cobbler was it? Some sort of cobbler they give away on Thanksgiving. And so I understand his. I don't want to put a qualifier on it. I was going to say bitterness, but I can understand that. I can't speak to how he feels, although I can only speak to how he responded, and I can understand his response. It is a little bit surprising in that Matthew Stafford, I think you've got a pretty fair argument that the guy's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Right. And so the guy's got a Super Bowl. He's a Hall of Famer. And maybe he feels like he wasn't given the tools to succeed. Or maybe he feels like he wasn't valued for all that he brought to that city. I don't know. But I would think that at a certain point you say, man, I got a Super Bowl. I got a resume. You add up all the Lions quarterbacks before me, and it still doesn't even equal my resume there. So I was a little bit surprised in his response.
Well, they were booing him.
Yeah.
I mean,
his kids,
and his kids were on the sideline. They were booing him.
Ask you this, too. Detroit's a unique... Detroit, Philly has this... Like, when you're one of them, they embrace you. But are those cities hard to love because of just... I don't know. There's an edge to them. Is it hard to just even be embraced and to embrace them back? Because I feel like that's one of those cities it's tough.
It's an interesting question, and we could have a whole show on this. I don't feel like I feel like I was embraced right away, right? And then once I got out of that, let's call it that honeymoon first 9 months or so, I don't feel like I was truly embraced by the city until, I don't know, 5 or 10 years after I left.
Yeah.
And in that case, it was more like, oh man, I remember watching you, as opposed to something like I should say, I won't use the word embraced. I'll say there was a fondness in some of the responses that I would get. But I also think that it probably took that long for me to come around, right? To understand, and I'll be the first to say that when I got there, when I got to the NFL and, first stops in Detroit, I was so naive. I was so, let's use your adjective, green, wet behind the ears. It was just, and I wasn't prepared to deal with a city like that. And whether it's Philly or Detroit or Cleveland or, pick your spot, there's a few of them like that. But yeah, it's a really odd thing where I almost don't, I feel like it's, unless you win, which you don't do in Detroit, unless you win, you're not really, I don't know, remembered or reminisced until years later, and I think that's only because it's in comparison to what is happening at the moment, and it's like, man, this still sucks. Remember that guy who tried really hard? Oh man, he was a nice guy. But I don't. There are very few people outside of the Red Wings organization and the Bad Boy Pistons and Chauncey, and Rip Hamilton that are truly revered. Now I'm Barry Sanders in Detroit.
But even Barry, when he left, in Calvin Johnson, even there was still some hard feelings. I just feel like those places that there's a real edge there that I don't think that the average person, like you said, when they first show up, I don't know if anyone's really prepared for what a place like that is bringing when you're walking into a Hornets nest.
You can't be. You can't be. And yeah, when I showed up in Detroit, which was 2 years after Barry had retired, he'd been gone for a full season. Man, I could not believe the way that people were talking about him. Yeah. This is the greatest running back in the history of the game. Are you serious? Yeah. There was definite bitterness. Yeah. And I keep going back to that story that I've told you before. I literally walked off the jetway and, come out into the airport and look around, and the guy's like, "Hey, Joey, it's like, hi, how are you? Welcome to Detroit." It's like, "Oh man, thanks." He said, "You've got one of the two toughest jobs, goalie for the Red Wings and quarterback for the Lions." And we haven't had a quarterback here since Bobby Lane in 1957. Slapped me on the back and he's like, "Good luck, kid." And he walked away. I was like, jeez. All right.
You're in it.
And so to go 1957, since winning a championship, 1991 think about that. When I got to Detroit, they were talking about the playoff drought. We haven't won a playoff game since I think Eddie Murray, that was talked about. That was 2002, 2003. We're talking about 20 years later, and it was still intact. That's the type of drought that we're talking about here, which will absolutely create a jaded, bitter approach.
Yeah. Those cities are interesting. I think Detroit, I keep going back to Stafford because to me, he's an interesting case study because he actually did, he was good there. Yeah. And yet they still kind of have this bitterness towards him. And I wonder if some of it too is, cities like that, I certainly think Boston is one. Here's a great example. Tommy DeVito in New York. Yeah. Cities like that want their stars to be like them. Yeah. Matt Stafford is a little bit more LA Flash, right? You're a Northwest boy, outsider guy.
You're not one of us.
I played the piano.
Yeah,
they literally,
exactly.
They literally were making fun of me on the screen when I came back as a Dolphin because I played the piano. Think about this. In Motown, a city known for music, and last time I checked, people played keys in some of those Motown songs. That was the biggest detraction because because I was musical.
That's hilarious. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And then Dan Campbell
is one of them.
He's like them. He's not from there. He's a Texas guy.
They're biting kneecaps.
But he's kind of that gruff, sort of fits their style. Yeah. And that's where I think when you have success, I was thinking back to Kirk Gibson too. I was thinking about the Tigers as well, and he was kind of one of them.
Yeah, the mustache. Yeah, you really have to fit into
those are their guys, even if you have success like Matt Stafford. Yeah. But anyway, are you rooting for him?
Yeah, I am. I mean, it's
begrudgingly.
No, not begrudgingly. It's
well, it's Tampa.
It's time.
Yeah, it is.
Time.
It is time.
It really is. Like that's it. The city, honestly, they deserve it. Like they have been through enough. Like it's time for them to have a winner. And you know what? If there's going to be somebody that you root for, it's going to be somebody that bites kneecaps. Like there's something really likable about that team. And yeah, I am rooting for them. I hope they beat Tampa. You know, to see the Lions in the NFC Championship game would be ridiculous. But yeah, let's not put the cart before the horse here.
What do you mean? You beat Tampa first? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let's beat Tampa first.
Because you know they're nervous. The Lions.
Yeah, you've got another kneecap biter in Baker Mayfield. Like there's not a kneecap that that dude wouldn't bite. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do feel like if Baker went to Detroit and had success, they'd like him. Like he would be there.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. Kind of a general jackassery
they're
there.
Kind of douchebag, you know?
It's get deep. You know, don't play the piano, but get tased by the cops. Yeah, I don't play the piano, but I've been tased by some cops.
God. All right, we'll leave it there. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
You too. Hopefully I can get out of the drive after next week. Maybe
See ya.
I'll come tow you out.
Joey Harrington.
Yeah.
His appearance is here each Friday. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here. We'll start the club with human head news. It's 6:07 on the Fan.
I certainly appreciate it.
The enormity of their stupidity is just overwhelming.
And he has one of the great, villain voices of all time. He could be telling you the best news of all time, and it would still terrify you.
Maybe he was talking about us.
It's possible.
Well, I've got human head news. Real quick, though, before we get to that, did you see that Buffalo is rolling out some Taylor Swift-themed menu items for the game?
I love that this is like people's ideas to troll the Chiefs with Taylor Swift stuff.
Well, it's just fun.
Yeah. All right, what are they doing?
Taylor Swift-themed snacks at the stadium.
Some T-Swizzle stuff. What do we got going on?
So they've got two new things. One is the Bad Blood waffle fries.
Is that a song of hers, is Bad Blood?
I guess so.
Because, baby, now we got bad blood.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I know that one.
Yeah, that's, Like, you all heard that.
Yeah.
Schulte's all over it, singing a little tune.
I could probably sing a few ditties of a lot of her hits, yes.
I'm familiar with it. I should have known that. I am familiar with that. I've seen that music video.
It features 2 feet of fries. 2 feet of fries.
Whoa.
Topped with a grip of Buffalo and Kansas City food staples, including blue cheese and barbecue pork. It looks delicious, but it looks very Buffalo-y.
Can I also say this about, because while that does sound delicious, I feel this way sometimes about nachos. The bunker here does this with their tots. They do the loaded tots at Moda Center, the bunker bar. It's great initially.
It's just too much.
Well, the problem with it is you put all that topping on, and within 2 minutes of eating it, what happens is everything underneath just becomes soggy, and all those fries or tots or chips just become gelatinous ooze. And then you lose snack integrity. And it no longer becomes a fry with delicious toppings. The fry disintegrates, and you just end up with some sort of sludge.
Potato goop.
Yeah, it's no good. You gotta.
You'd be a good judge on Top Chef.
Yeah, I don't like it. I've done this many a time where, you go to a game. The Mariners have this where you get a pulled pork nachos in a batting helmet.
I've gotten this, yeah.
Right? And it looks great. You get the batting helmet. They put the nachos on there. Yep. You get all the cheese, the jalapenos, all that. But I'm telling you, after you get done with the very, very top layer, the rest of it is almost inedible. It just becomes gross.
You need 6 dudes or people. My wife and I tried to attack one at the same time, and we couldn't get past the top layer. It's a lot of food.
Yeah, it gets gross. So I'm no offense to the Bad Blood fries here. Those are going to be good for 5 minutes tops. You are literally diffusing a bomb. Your fat ass needs to eat, and you need to eat now and just keep going. Otherwise, it's ruined. It's probably going to be $90 too.
Yeah, it doesn't say how much it costs.
A lot.
The other one is Karma Quesadilla.
Okay.
And it's chicken tendies, bacon, and pork belly.
That sounds delightful.
It looks really good. Yeah.
I'm a quesadilla guy.
Well, who doesn't like a quesadilla? I mean, for God's sakes, it's a quesadilla. Tina, you fat lard, come get some.
So we don't know if Taylor's going to be there, Tay-Tay.
I would assume so, right?
No schedule issues, right? Yeah. No.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking here at this photo, and let me just say for the record, the quesadilla way better than the fries.
Oh, yeah.
Because, again, with the quesadilla, you've controlled the toppings. It's in a nice, cozy snack blanket.
That sauce looks really good on that, too. Looks like some sort of aioli.
Yeah. Well, it's all about the aiolis now. I mean, what are we doing if we don't have a good spicy aioli? It's Buffalo, for God's sakes. And I will say that the food at stadiums has, they across the board, it's stepped up. You're going to pay an arm and a leg for it, but it's pretty good. When we were in Canada over Christmas and we went to a Canucks game, they had Korean fried chicken. And I'll tell you what, it was $18, but that's what you're going to spend at a game. That thing was fantastic. They just, the days of crappy hot dogs and pretzels with cheese, no. No, son.
They still offer that though.
I know, but
yeah, and most places offer that cheap. They do it right now. It's
do
like
they?
Like go to a Mariners game, you can get that, the crappy, but I still like them, ballpark nachos for $4, and then all the gourmet. If I want a real cheeseburger or whatever these special items are, I'll pay $80.
No, I think didn't Arthur Blank do this in Atlanta?
He did.
Yes.
Everything's cheap. He did the master style.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium kind of started that trend. Right
it's like everything's all the basic stuff is like $3 to $4,
and you get like refillable sodas. You bring your kid to the game, and you only pay $3 for a drink once.
They do that almost everywhere now. That if you buy the cup, you buy the soda. Yeah. And it's like $8 to $10. You get a nice souvenir cup, and then you can take it back and refill it as much as you want. They don't do that with the beers, no. Tried doing that with some Rainiers up at T-Mobile, and they told me no.
They did beers for cheaper for it was called the happy hour up until an hour before first pitch in the bullpen. They used to be $5. Now they're up to like $8. They don't really feel like happy hour prices anymore.
Hey, $8 for a beer at a ball game? That's
not bad.
That's still not bad.
The selection's not good, and then most of the time you find them, they're in cans. And I'm kind of a snooty beer guy. I like beer out of the tap.
When I went to the Blazer game this week, and the cocktails, I think 17?
Sounds about right.
$17?
For maybe 3/4 of a shot.
Now, do you get a real cocktail, or do you get one of those stupid little cheesy plastic cups?
Cups.
It's a very small cup.
And they tell you to reuse them. They want you to drop them off, or So we're trying to save the planet, but it's a
planet.
I don't know. Like all the cups now, like they tell you like don't throw them away. You're supposed to
recycle them.
You're supposed to bring them back.
Wait, they're doing this with plastic?
Yeah, like if you we got a cocktail at the Moda Center, and it comes like in a little plastic glass, but it's better than it's not a solo cup. I don't know. It's a thicker plastic glass, and they tell you please. It says on there, don't throw away. Bring it back, and then they've got little stations. It's like the 3D glasses. Like don't throw them away. You put them in there, and I don't know.
They just want you to recycle it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's recycled. I think they wash them and reuse them.
I was gonna say I have a problem if you're washing it, because even slightly warm water, that plastic.
Well, I don't think they slightly. I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just telling you. They tell you to. It says on there. It doesn't say recycle. It says reuse. On their cups when you get cocktails. I don't know how long that's been going on, but I've been to like 2 or 3 games this year, and all the cocktails come in little cups that they tell you to drop off in bins, and it says like something reuse, rinse, reuse. I don't know.
There's some
sort of initiative.
Lasers.
T-Mobile's been doing something for a couple of years now. Aluminum cups. They're made by a company called Ball Arena in Denver, where the Nuggets play. They sponsor that now, but they should be at every stadium. They keep your drinks colder. They are actually recyclable, because you can burn the aluminum up and melt it down again. It's awesome. I don't know why we're still in 2024 using plastic cups.
Well, what do you do with it after you're done?
No, so they have, just like slots for recyclables, they have aluminum cup slots.
Yeah, you just throw them in there and they reuse them?
I mean, they won't reuse them, no, but what I'm saying is just like aluminum cans, they could be melted back down.
Yeah.
You want to save the planet, use aluminum cans at ball games. Come on, folks. Easy.
I don't know. I don't pretend to understand what's happening with the planet. There's a billion Chinese people right now lighting tire fires, and I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You tell me what I'm supposed to do. You tell me what bins I'm supposed to put in, and I make an effort. And outside of that,
confuse me.
Well, exactly.
I do. I get confused.
I don't know. And then because
if it's had food in it.
Yeah, you can't.
You're not supposed to recycle it.
Yeah,
right.
I would think.
Even if it's a recyclable plate, like a paper plate or something, you still put it in the trash because it's got pizza juice on it.
I'll tell you what. If you try that around my lady, she'll stab you. And
am I wrong about that? I don't know.
Not according to her. I've said this before. We're getting ready to like throw something away, and she's like, "You recycle that?" I'm like, "You can't. It's covered in food." And she will, if I try to throw it away, she punches me in the ribs. She's like an Asian Greta Thunberg over there.
I just want to get it around. I want to get it right. That's what I want to do. I have the people that have to sort through all that stuff. I don't want to be the guy that they're like, God, who the hell put this in here? Yeah, who's this a-hole? I don't want to be that a-hole.
I don't want to either, but
I also haven't done a lot of homework on how not to be that a-hole.
Yeah. Well, and look, let's be honest. You go up to the 3 bins. you're only getting me for about 2.5 seconds, and I'm doing that, and then I'm making an educated guess, and after that, I'm moving on to other things.
Yeah, there's really no consequence for getting it wrong.
No, but
if there were,
you do your. It's like
there'd be a line at this.
The holy grail. Like if you do it wrong, a boxing glove comes out and punches you in the Johnson. Well, maybe you'd put a little more thought into it.
You're also trusting the team or organization, whoever says, "Hey, split these into different bins, please," that they are following through and not just throwing them into one bin themselves. Some teams do that.
This is my conspiracy theory. This is my
all goes to the same place.
It all goes. No matter what we do, it's all a big grift. And at the end of the day, it all goes into a giant incinerator or into a landfill, and they just laugh at us. They're like, this dumbass is paying for recycling, and it all goes to the same place.
Well, I will say there are separate dumpsters. So you do have that.
I think it all ends up in the same place. That's my RFK conspiracy theory. Recycling doesn't exist, and it all goes into the same spot. And you buy something, you're like, oh, this is recycled, and some idiot's like, yeah, it sure is recycled, and it's not. It's the exact same thing.
All right, Primetime, Grand Junction, Colorado. Next on the Fan.
Duck fans, that was close.
When I think of Oregon, I think of innovation, and we're ahead of the curve. You know, we've got a plan. We've got great support. If there's something I need, I can go ask for it.
But the Bama Hammer strikes close to home.
It was the allure of Alabama for Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer is a guy who he has worked his damn way up
Well, I have a recycling story or a trash story.
Yeah.
I want to see what you think.
Go for it.
I was just thinking about this as we were talking about the last topic.
The head will wait.
I'm just very just unfamiliar with what goes in what bin.
Absolutely.
Just don't know. So the place we were staying at when we were down in San Diego for the holidays, they have 3 giant dumpsters. Okay. They have one dumpster, and they're big ass dumpsters. One dumpster sits under a chute. So, our place was on the 4th floor. You can walk around and dump your trash down the chute, and it goes into the dumpster. Okay. Then there's another dumpster that's for trash. Actually, sorry, there's 4 dumpsters in there. There's another dumpster for trash, and then there are 2 recycling dumpsters for cardboard and, recyclables.
Okay.
I got in trouble because I took an old bar stool.
Yeah.
It was like a bar stool.
Sure. Like a high chair.
It's wood.
Yeah.
And it just has the, come on.
Yeah.
Do I have to?
We know bar stools.
And I threw it in the dumpster.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that's what I said.
Isn't that where it goes?
They called me on it.
Oh, the place did?
Yeah, they did because there's an HOA.
Oh, and they saw you?
Yes. Well, it's all on camera.
Oh.
And so I don't know who roots through the trash, but somebody pulled it out of there, and then they send me a violation hearing, right? So I have to go in front of the board.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, this is a real thing. And so they send me a violation notice, like, hey, was this you? You did not dispose of this chair properly. And they've totally, it's just like those speeding trap cameras.
Sure.
100% me.
They got you.
Very clearly me. And I was like, oh, I just sent him a note like, well, I can't be there for a hearing. I don't live there.
Yeah.
But 100% my fault. I was very apologetic. I'm like, I didn't know what could and couldn't go in the dumpster. I should have looked it up. I didn't. But I still kind of think that should be allowed in the dumpster.
I'm still confused. Where should you have thrown the chair?
I don't know. I don't.
I'm not, isn't that what dumpsters are for?
Preaching to the choir, man.
Because it's not, you don't recycle a chair. It's, I don't know.
Preaching to the choir.
This was a recycling dumpster? God.
It was trash.
We're getting crazy out there.
It was trash.
I need an expert. Now that
they got an eye in the sky at that
I'm not even involved in this, and I'm flummoxed by it.
I know.
I'm be laying in bed tonight thinking to myself, where should that chair have gone?
I know. I've been thinking about it. Believe me, I've been nervous about this. Like I think the board's gonna
they're gonna come down.
They're gonna throw me in jail.
HOAs suck.
They certainly can.
The amount of things that I have thrown away that I probably shouldn't throw away.
Yeah, it's very borderline.
I don't know. Look, if I see a dumpster, that's trash. If I have something that I no longer want,
that's trash.
I consider that trash.
I agree.
Okay, so funny you mentioned this. So, my first ever flat screen TV, right? And this is the thing is probably 13 years old, right? It's old. And it finally gave up the ghost. The picture just is black.
Okay.
It turns on sound-wise, but it doesn't work. So I'm like, it's like 48 inches or something. It's not giant, but it's big. And those old ones are kind of heavy. It's not like today's are like featherweight. This one's got some heft to it. Mm-hmm. So I take it out, and you know where that thing's going. It's going in the trash. And I'm immediately called out by it. My gal.
Oh.
She's having nothing to do with this. And I'm like, well, what? It's trash. And she's just like, no, it's not going there.
See, electronics, I think that's different.
Well, here's my thing. I understand that I could probably, but I don't want to take it anywhere. I don't want to deal with it. It's heavy. It's awkward. It doesn't fit very well in my car. She does. And I'm like, if you want to take it somewhere, you take it somewhere. But you know where I'm taking it? Out to the curb, and it's getting mashed in the top of my trash can, and it's going to the trash.
So you put it it fits in your can, but not your car?
Well, it sits on top of the trash.
So you just put it as the lid?
Yeah.
That's funny.
And here's my thing. The dumpster comes around. Well, I don't know because
it's right now.
The ice storm. So I have to put out. They told us our service is gone this week and to put out double. So guess what's going in the world's biggest hefty bag next week and sitting by the trash can? That TV. And I told her, I said, if you want that and now I'm catching all kinds of hell for it. It's trash. It is a literal broken TV. And yeah, I know that there is a way station that takes those. But you know how far that thing is? Like a 20-minute drive from my house.
And it costs money.
Well, you know what I'm already paying for? The dumpster. And I'm already paying for the trash guy. That is trash.
I'm on the fence on this one. I just want to do the right
Video only will recycle my TV if I buy a new one. I'm not buying a new one. I already have one.
See,
I'm not buying a new one. I'm just getting rid of this one.
I want to do right. You don't obviously care. You don't want to be inconvenienced. I will be inconvenienced if it's just clear what I have to do with it. But I do understand that it's frustrating for me because sometimes it's not clear. Like, what do you do with I have 2 old windows.
Yeah, that's in the trash.
What am I supposed to do with those? No, you're not supposed to put them in the trash.
They're going in the trash for me.
But I also can't get a straight answer on what the hell I'm supposed to do with them.
They're dangerous from what? It's trash.
The glass and I don't know.
Well, they don't want glass in the trash.
Oh,
and
trash.
if you do have glass in the trash, they want you to contain it.
Trash.
I mean, my local trash people, they 2 times a year will pick up like TVs, electronics, all that weird stuff for free. You just have to set it out on that particular day.
Oh, really?
So it's not that it's not trash. I think that it's
recyclable.
It's harder to dispose of, maybe, even if it's not recyclable.
Well, it needs to go to a special recycler.
So
you only does.
So now I have trash. And you now want me to drive my trash 20 minutes, wait in line, pay extra for someone to take my trash when, well within my rights, I can put it in the dumpster and have the trash man come and put it in the trash receptacle that I already pay for. What do you want me to? No. Guess what? That's trash.
I hear you.
That is trash.
Listen, that was a compelling argument you just made. I get it. I totally get how you're thinking about this. At the same time, I'm a little bit more of a do-gooder. I want to do right by the recycle and trash community.
Well, I would like to do right within reason.
No, you wouldn't. You don't care.
If there was
don't care.
I do care. If there was a convenient way for me to handle my trash, I'd do it. But you're asking me now to take big steps, take a good chunk of time, 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back, right? I got to take my lady's car. There's a lot that goes in it and pay extra. They should pay me. And now if I took it somewhere and they're like, hey, I'm giving you $10 to take the TV, then maybe. But you want me to waste an hour of my time and give you $10 for you to take my trash? In what world? In what world does this work? Not in my world.
Well, here's a text that says, good Lord, spend 15 minutes on Google. The info is all there. Sorry, sir. 15 minutes, far too long. If you said a minute, okay. But I've done this. That's an incorrect text. I've gone on and be like, okay, what do I do with my old Windows? I can't get a straight answer.
I feel like this is like when I have these moments, I feel very Larry David-esque when it comes to these things. I want to care, but within reason. I do. I want to care. Like the shopping cart. I'm taking the shopping cart back. I don't litter, right? I try to be responsible. I'm not out there trying to harsh anyone's gig. I'm not out there to be an ass. But boy, if you're asking me to bend over backwards to deal with some trash, no, it's not going to happen. Because I'll tell you what, this guy right here isn't saving the planet. There's a lot of problems. You get the rest of it on board, you get the rest of the world on board, and all pull in the same direction. But, my parents screwed me over. I'm going to screw my kids over. They'll screw them over. And a bunch of generations from now, the asteroid hits and we're kaput anyways. So, I'll tell you what, next week, that TV, it's going in there. If someone wants like a 50-inch, 13-year-old Samsung plasma TV that weighs 60 pounds, come on by. It'll be at the curb waiting for you.
Yeah, okay, now, see, people are getting, Recycle Bro is pissed. They're not happy with you. They called you a lazy, self-centered a-hole. And you should recycle at the transfer station for free. Again, that requires you to drive to the transfer station.
Yeah. It's on the other side of the county.
Well, I think you could probably go to, isn't there one up on the other side of the river? By you? In Oregon?
In Oregon? I don't know.
I think there is.
The recycle station up in Washington's out by Prairie High School.
Well, I just Googled.
Smells horrible, too.
So this guy says, spend 15 minutes on Google. Well, I just did, and now I'm more confused than ever. Because disposing or recycling old windows. Here are the 7 best ways. 7 different ways.
It's a lot of ways.
That means there's no simple way to do it.
Exactly. Take my hand and tell me what to do. like I'm 4.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, explain it to me like I'm a young child.
This one says, one of them is, it says rent a dumpster.
Rent?
What?
Rent a dumpster?
Then what?
Then you have to have it.
So I put my windows in the rented dumpster. Now I'm like, well, what do you do? What do I do with the dumpster? I guess I just give it. They take it back. So I'm gonna call and have a dumpster delivered. That's gonna cost me money. I'm gonna put the windows in it and nothing else, and they're gonna take the dump. I mean, see what I mean? It's not that easy, sir.
It's a lot going on. We're all out there trying to do. I'm trying my best,
you're not.
people.
That's
I am.
the difference.
I'm
you
trying.
are not.
I am.
You are not.
I am.
You hide this from your girlfriend. Like she's trying to do the right thing, like me.
That's true. I do hide sometimes my trash habits from her.
And you don't want to deal with it, so you just...
I have at times lifted up a trash bag and then put something underneath the trash bag so she doesn't... she doesn't see
That's like buying fast food and eating it in your car before you go home because she knows she's not cooking a good dinner. That's funny.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, I get accused of that all the time, too.
You do that?
No, but I get accused of it because she goes through a lot of, she likes going to really highfalutin restaurants. And she's like, we're going to, it's always some, restaurant that you've never heard of before, and it's farm to table, and I don't know, there's going to be photos taken of it. And I always joke, I'm like, all right, I'll meet you there. I'm going to be running a little bit late. I got to go by Chick-fil-A. And she freaks out. Absolutely freaks out. I'm like, I'm just kidding. She's like, it would just be like you to do it. And I said, what difference does it make? What difference does it make to you if you're not aware? Hypothetically, if I were to get a delicious chicky sandwich and eat it before I showed up, what difference? And she's like, you're ruining the meal, but you don't know. You don't know. And now, because I brought up that hypothetical, she is convinced that whenever we go to someplace that I think is fancy or that I'm skeptical of, she's convinced if I'm 30 seconds late, it's because I swung by a drive-thru and got a chicken sandwich.
It's fantastic.
Now, this is an easy answer. If this is true, you can take all those computers, TVs, and electronics to Goodwill and leave it for free.
Oh, can you?
They will recycle it for you.
I did not know that.
Because
if that's true, now that is
that's fine. And you know what's right by my house? A Goodwill.
They're everywhere.
I got 2 dead TVs in my garage that I'm taking to Goodwill tomorrow then.
And that's true. Like, I'm not screwing them over, but and they're not going to be like, hey, does this work? And I have to be like,
yeah,
yes.
I don't
sure. Wink, wink.
Tell you what, report back on that.
I will.
Because I bet the guy's like, is this working? No. Well, we won't take it.
I'm going to, so I'll be honest. So if he asks me that, I'm going to say, no, it doesn't work.
I dropped a TV off like 18 months ago at a Goodwill, or less than that. It just wasn't very recently. They didn't ask me if it was working or not. They did just take it. But that was Wilsonville, so who knows?
I think the assumption is that it is working now.
This guy says not a broken TV. You don't leave those at Goodwill. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, see?
We're back to square one. You guys are not helping us.
We're getting it from all sides.
I love the Recycle Bro chastises you, but then doesn't give you a good answer. That proves our point.
It's like conspiracy, bro.
You have no conscience. Yes, I do. I just have conscience within reason. Reason.
You have to kill it.
All right, we got to go. I don't know about human head news, but we'll try. Here's Schultze.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by LaRogue Brothers Jewelers. Every engagement ring in stock is up to 70% off. LaRogue.com. First on The Fan, the Blazers back in action tonight, hosting the Pacers at Moda Center. No Ant Simons. He's out with an illness, though DeAndre Ayton is back in the starting lineup after missing some time with knee tendonitis. Indiana, an 8-point favorite. Pascal Siakam in his first game for the Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton giving it a go for them as well. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Las Vegas Raiders working on finalizing a deal to make Antonio Pierce their next full-time head coach. The former linebackers coach led the Raiders to a 5-4 record since they fired Josh McDaniels. Locally in college football, the Ducks set to host Washington quarterback Jabbar Muhammad this weekend before he announces his commitment after entering the transfer portal. His top 3 reported choices are Texas, Oregon, and Alabama. Also, former Alabama defensive back Caleb Downs has committed to join the Ohio State Buckeyes. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino has all the postseason pro football actions on the big screens with big-time sports betting action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Mash the subscribe button and like us for live streaming video and 1080 The Fan on demand.
What's in the box?
Human head.
Like old human head, recent. Just like I need. I need.
It was
details.
in a deep freezer in the front yard.
Oh boy. And not like a Ted Williams, I meant to do this sort of thing, like a Jeffrey Dahmer sort of thing?
Oh, I don't know. It says they're investigating a possible homicide. There was a bag with human remains, and then in the deep freezer in the front yard was a head.
No. Boy, that...
How about that?
Well, I know what I would do. I'd poke at it, and then that goes right in the trash. Do I take that to the recycling center, or can I throw that in the dumpster? What's the recycling thing when it comes to a human body part?
Oh, be careful Googling that.
I think that's a call 911.
Yeah, they'll dispose of it for you.
Right after
tax dollars at work.
Right after they do a big investigation. Do we have any other? So that's all we know about it.
That's all we know.
Someone just found a head.
There is a photo of the house, and it looks pretty sketch.
Yeah.
But yeah, what would you? I mean, that's just.
I don't know.
I mean,
that's.
If there's a head, okay. So, do you keep the house? Like,
yeah.
Does that not bother you?
It's a good question. Well, did I get a deal on the house?
Apparently, I'm sure you did. Look at this place is a dump, and it's got human remains all over it.
Well, that's my
I'm
question.
guessing it comes at a nice discount.
Well, again, I'm asking the question: is it only the head? Because if it's just the head and it's in the freezer, I think I can overlook that. But if I start finding other body parts, I'm going to set the over/under on 2.5. I'm good with a head, and then maybe if I find like a foot. But if I find anything other than that, I think at that point I gotta. Can I do a no countsies? Can I back out of the sale, or how's that all work? I don't know.
Well, there's human head news. We'll be back to wrap it up right after this on The Fan.
I believe you deserve to be able to trust in your lawyer. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm, and we specialize in just
All right. Got to give the listeners a little bit of credit when they're actually coming in with solutions. Somebody mentioned Free Geek. I'd never heard of it, but they are local, freegeek.org. And they will take all of your electronics, and what they try to do is refurbish them and give them to people who can't afford them.
Oh, I like that.
Great idea. It's called Free Geek, and their website is freegeek.org.
All right.
Cool.
I'm on board with that.
They recycle, let's see, they'll take things 11 to 4 every day, although they've been closed today because of the weather. Yeah. Or maybe that was yesterday. And then somebody else brought up Goodwill. Oh, they actually went to the Goodwill website. They do recycle TVs and electronics.
Done and done.
Good to know.
Then it is on the way, and I've got an old computer. I think 2 of them, and the Goodwill is right by my house, and it's a win-win. It's convenient.
I tell you what, I use Goodwill a lot.
Do you?
I give them a lot of stuff.
I do clothes and stuff, but yeah, I always thought that the broken electronics. I thought that was an insult to them.
I don't think it is.
All right.
See, we've learned something.
So easy up on me, Portland.
You're still a selfish bastard. All right. Well, everybody have a great weekend. Stay warm. Okay?
See what I can do.
We're back Monday, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy